Going to be a discussion. Oh, thank you, everyone. This is going to be a discussion of the new consolidated CDA that's using structure definitions, FHIR structure definitions. So it went to ballot in the January ballot, and we've been reconciling comments. We're getting very close to finishing and publishing the official version. So this is version or edition or release 3, whatever you want to call it, of the consolidated CDA. And in my presentation today, I want to just sort of do a how to read video of it. It's got all the same content that the previous C-CDA IG had. It just presented differently. Obviously, it's presented in this web format, and it's presented in an IG format. So I'm going to go over, for the first bit, the actual narrative pages, and then we're going to start to look at the actual profiles/templates and how to read those and find out all the information. So we have the front page, the introduction, which, again, these narrative pages would be the equivalent of the volume 1 document of the old C-CDA. We don't have all of that information. When we went through that information, a lot of it didn't, was kind of old and didn't necessarily apply. So the front page has, the information about the project, and then we get into some guidance pages, and that's where a lot of that information, and also information from the companion guide will be found, but we've broken it out into different sections. So we do have links to the main document types on the front page, right? We have links to the artifact index page, and obviously, since C-CDA and US Core, are very heavily involved with USCDI, we have links to USCDI as well. Here's a big note, and we've tried to make this clear, and I know Linda in the chat talked about this as well. This specification uses FHIR structure definitions and element definitions to define its templates. It doesn't use any of the R5 resources, nor any of the R5 general purpose data types. Thus, it's based on R5, and we've actually changed the wording so that, this is the latest ballot, but as going forward, it's going to say generated with FHIR. That's probably a better way of thinking about it, but not in a way that FHIR implementation guides would be based by profiling FHIR resources. We don't use any of the resources. We don't define the templates and profiles on FHIR R5 resources. We're using the structure definition format to define our templates and our profiles. We do declare the version of FHIR structures, so that's why we say we're generated with FHIR 5, both down here in the header and then up here, just so people who may be using like toolsmiths and such will know what version of those resources, the structure definitions, right? And again, even though the tooling would allow for JSON and XML representations, only XML is allowed for CDA documents. As Linda said, it doesn't change the wire format. It's not intended to change the wire format. That's still the same. And in fact, the CDA structures that this guide's built on, makes that clear. So XML, previous XML C-CDA documents, as long as your templates haven't necessarily changed, will still be valid C-CDA R3 documents and similar, right? So the whole intent is just the presentation and the representation thereof. Hopefully that's clear. We have, again, we'll go into the guidance page. So again, because USCDI is important, we've made it sort of the first one in place. And this talks about the various USCDI elements and data classes, and shows how they map to C-CDA sections and or entry templates, right? So on the left-hand side, you've got the various elements and data classes, and then we show where what templates they correspond to. And when we look at the templates, we'll also show how you can find out USCDI specific elements, because we've identified them with the USCDI tag. For those of you who are FHIR and US Core based, right, we're trying to follow very similar. So this page looks like what's the same page that's in US Core, and the tag that we have USCDI is very similar to how US Core does things. Obviously slightly different because this is C-CDA and not FHIR. Right? Then we get some general guidance, and again, this grabs both the guidance that was in the previous volume 1 of C-CDA plus guidance that was in the companion guide. So both of those, there's no longer a separate companion guide, everything has now been brought into the specification. So what is CDA, templated CDA? That obviously comes from the volume 1, but then we get into some other things that were pulled from the companion guide. And I'm not going to go too much into this because this is just narrative text. So obviously how to read this and how it goes, it's all, it should be fairly simple and easy to follow. We have a separate page for screening and assessments. Again, pulling it out, not just one document, that we have that ability since this is a web-based publishing format. And so again, here's some more information around USCDI data elements and assessment screenings in general. And then some supporting guidance, and this would be very long, and we've got examples. And so for those of you who may not have seen it, even though it does say click here, these blue buttons allow you to bring up some of the examples. And so when you click on that, you get a nice XML, and a lot of them are huge. That's why we sort of hid them to begin with. There are lots of examples, all examples that were in the previous guide. Well, I shouldn't say all of the examples. Some of the examples didn't have a lot of value, but a lot of the examples that were in the previous guide, plus some more that were in the examples task force, have been brought into this guide. So we've got lots and lots of examples to see how things work. There is a little bit of a page around validation, and you're going to see that later on when at the IAT, right? What happened to the Schematron? So with the change to using FHIR structure definition, we don't have Schematrons at this time produced for this new version. The CDA schema is still appropriate. The XML format is still the wire format. And instead of using Schematron, you can now use the FHIR validator, and it's probably going to have to get renamed. It's a validator that, again, generated using FHIR structures, which since these C-CDA templates are now using those, you have the ability to use the FHIR validator. And in fact, when we produce the guide, the FHIR validator runs and tests all of our examples. You can incorporate the FHIR validator into your code. You can run it. There's a Java jar, so you can run it locally. There's also a web version of the FHIR validator that allows you to use. It comes with some caveats. There's a lot of dependencies in C-CDA. And so at this time, I believe that it's hit or miss of whether the validator works because it's got, I think, a 30-second timeout, like a lot of web pages, and sometimes it takes that long to load the dependencies. So we're working, and we've raised that with the team that works on the FHIR validator web page to understand that, and eventually that'll hopefully be fixed. So that's not something you would potentially run, in your application or in your code, but it's a way for people who are generating documents. And again, we've got conversations around validation later in the IAT for people to see. And then we finally do have an how to read page. Excuse me. This is going to be updated. There's new images. That's part of the thing. And it tries to show what the difference is in the previous document and how to read it here. And of course, this this presentation here, we recorded it, and we're going to make this video available for people to also see how things work. This goes through some of what I'm going to talk about when I get to the artifacts. And so, yes, the guidance tab is basically replacing all of the guidance that you could have found in volume 1 plus the companion guide. So that's all in here. All right, we do have, before I jump into the artifact, we do have a terminology page that lists all of the value sets and code systems, and we're working on the format of this to make it a little easier to read. But it allows you to see all of the different value sets. And we do have a change log that's going to show all of the different changes as we go along. So we have the, what changed in the ballot and then what changed since the ballot. We have a list of all of the JIRA tickets along with any major changes that happened. All right, now I'm going to get into actually how to read the artifacts. So on the artifact index, we've broken out the templates into the four major types, right? So the document templates, the section templates, and they're listed alphabetically, and then the entry templates. And then also those other templates, right? The ones that are reused are author, patient name, person name, things like that. We do have a couple templates that were deprecated, so we've pulled them out explicitly, and we'll show how those look. And then we've got, like I said, a whole bunch of examples. So that's actually the work that the team's doing now, is making sure all of these examples are valid and pass with all the changes that were made to some of the templates. It's a long page, obviously, with a lot of information, but eventually you get used to knowing where the things you want to find are. All right, we'll pick out a specific template and we'll take a look at it. So I'm going to pick the vital signs observation. So like FHIR profiles, this is, for those of you, again, coming from the FHIR world, it looks like that. They are templates. So we've tried to replace the word profile with templates. They are logical models. They're FHIR logical models. So they're based on, they're not profiles on resources, but they're logical models. So you get, the text and the description of what the template is for, right? And you'll get different things. We've got tables here that explain vital signs, right? Some of these are long, some of these are small. It's basically, for templates that are exactly the same as in previous versions of C-CDA, it will be that text that you would find when you're looking at the profile. The table that shows, where what profiles this profile uses, what templates this template uses, and then what templates use this, are broken down into two places. So here, this list here are who uses this logical model, who uses this template, right? So you can find the vital sign observation in the Vital Signs Organizer, in the Risk Concern Act, Health Concern Act, and in the Average Blood Pressure Organizer, although that's going to change in a bit. There's also, if you go to the statistics page, it shows that's where you'll have what other templates are being used by this. So the author participation is used, but even on the main tab that comes up, you'll be able to see a little bit easier what templates, right? It shows sort of right here. As in all sort of structure definition IGs, we've got a number of different tabs. We've made the key elements table tab be the first one that shows up. This is different than normal FHIR IGs where the differential. We've got a lot of inheritance, right? We inherit from CDA structures. We have templates that inherit from other templates. And so we felt that making the key elements table tab, the first one, was the right thing. There's still some wonky things that happen with these tables. So you'll probably want to take a look at the other tabs, sorry. The differential is what's different. In this case, because we're not inheriting from another profile, it's very similar, but is intended to be what's different from whatever we're inheriting from. The key elements is what's different plus things that are important to know, mandatory things, and like that. And then the snapshot will show everything, right? Which, if we have like in a closed template, snapshot would show that those things are not there. The differential would show that there's 0, key elements just doesn't show them anymore. So all of the different tabs provide a different view of the template. The main one, the one that the team felt was the best one, was the key elements. When we get into key elements, right? So what is the, obviously, very similar table. Well, not very similar, but a similar table to what was presented in the volume 2. But shown slightly differently, right? So we have, observation, we've got, what's the template ID, right? And so here it shows the template ID and the required pattern, right? So in this case, here's your template ID. Class code, mood code, right? They're fixed, right? And again, all of the different, bindings, that's how vocabulary is done in using the structure definitions. So where you would have had, this code comes from or such that it comes from, now we've got bindings. We've got the one-to-ones, the cardinalities are specified in, here as it is. So a lot of especially for the newer templates, you're not going to see a lot of the, the old constraint IDs, because, a lot of those constraints where, there shall be exactly one, or there will be one or more, and those got turned into these cardinalities. If we click into the descriptions, that's where you're going to see in the comment. We've got some of those, but they don't necessarily show up here directly. We've got bindings, so vocabulary bindings. If it was that, if it was forced, if the binding had to come from a specific value set, they get done as required. So if it's shalls, so in the old guide, if it was, this code shall come from this value set, those got turned into required bindings.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Some folks in the chat are wanting to follow along on their own screen. Can you just orient them as to what page you're on so that they can get caught up with you and feel more comfortable that they can sort of scroll to where you are?
Yeah, I'm on the vital sign observation template.
So you'd go under artifact index to get there?
Yep. And Brett put a tab to it if you want to go straight, a link to it if you want to go straight there.
And then once you're on that page as a follower, you should be able to scroll down and see the same thing. Jean's got the key elements tab lit up, so you have to be on that tab and then just scroll down and you can follow him.
Yep.
Okay, they're caught up.
Right. So yeah, required bindings are shoulds, sorry, a shall. So if it said the code comes from and shall come from this value set, we made those required. If it said that it should come, those are preferred. And if it's may, those are examples. There are a lot of should constraints in C-CDA. And the way that those work is we see these, we've represented a lot of the constraints using FHIR invariants. And so you'll see a lot of these, in this case, right up at the top level. These are shoulds. So when you do validation, they will come with warnings. If there were shalls, those are going to be directly done, right? If it's shall, you must have that, you shall have a status code. That's where you'll have a 1-to-1. If it was you should have an interpretation code, right? Then that's why it would be 0-to-1, right? Because it's a should, would in this case it's not there. I'm just using that as an example. That you don't have to have it, so it would have a minimum cardinality of 0, but there would be an invariant that would would fire off a warning if it wasn't there, because it's a should. So you'll see a lot of these shoulds at the top level of the template, and then sometimes within the if it applies to some parts of a specific element.
Value starts octothorpe.
Right. Yes. That's a very geeky thing. For those of you who know what an octothorpe is, that's the official name of that sign. Like I said, all of this depends on the CDA structures. So in this case, right, author is an author participation. If we were to click on that, there's nothing new. We don't define anything new here. But if we click on that, that would take you to the author participation template, right, where there's going to be some more information. And again, sometimes we've got the actual constraints listed, and we haven't gone out of our way to, when we did the conversion, they got brought over. We haven't gone out of our way to remove them unless there were changes to that template, which made that constraint be no longer valid for some reason. I want to show, let's look at the value sign or vital signs organizer, right? So now again, this is used in the vital signs section, right? We've got some more information, and then we get into the slices. And so that's important to understand the slices. We'll look at a section template and we'll look at a document template. We'll see that more often. But again, whenever you had there, in this case, it's components within an organizer, and then sections have entry relationships and such. The way that it's done represented using FHIR structure definitions is that it's sliced. And that's a very complicated, slicing. It's, so you don't need to fully understand. And I know that Benjamin will be talking about how we've used slices to represent a lot of these, but this isn't how to read it. we've tried to give each slice, you know, a name, and I'm going to go out and actually bring up a section instead of the vital signs organizer. I don't know why I chose that as one. Section is a better one to use.
Goal.
Yep.
Nope. Sorry.
Here we go.
Now.
Well, the health concerns section, right, has a number of different entries. So we've tried to give it a name, each of the slices, to try and you know, make it so going forward when we're referring to things, we could talk about the risk concern slice within the health concerns template, right? And then it's going to point to, so the health status points to the health status observation template. The health concern entry points to Health Concern Act. The risk concern points to Risk Concern Act. I mean, it's in many cases, right? You know, there's a one-to-one. Obviously, there's a one-to-one between the name, and in most cases we've tried to make the slice name mean something, and that's actually brought up some interesting changes we've made to C-CDA, where you know, in some cases, when Benjamin and I were trying to represent these slices, we realized that, you know, in the old C-CDA version 2, you found, oh, actually these two different entries, there's nothing distinguishing between them. What was the one that we had, Benjamin? It was the
Thought it was goal observation, but I guess it was something else.
yeah, we had two entity references, and there was no way of distinguishing between
it is
them.
in goal observation. If you go into goal observation from the goal section.
Right, yeah. So here we had refers to goal, which has an entry relationship, and we have down here refers to generic, which also has an entry relationship. And they're both exactly the same. So the only difference is the textual, right? Where in this case it's saying you can reference some other entry somewhere else. And in the reference to goal, it's saying you can reference a goal observation, the relationship between a goal observation and a health concern act. But since entry reference doesn't contain anything, it's just pointing to another entry, there's actually nothing different between these two slices other than the text. So again, something that we've been doing this, we've been finding some things in C-CDA that, you know, would make it hard from an implementer. If you received a goal observation that had both the refers to Health Concern Act and refers to something else, you wouldn't know which of these two entry relationships it was actually referring to. And so in discussion at Structured Docs, we realized there's no real value in differentiating between these two, and we've actually combined them into one. So a lot of what we've been doing in formalizing the templates using the FHIR structure definition and using these slicing has allowed us to see some problems. And this is an easy one to kind of look at, but there's been other things where we've actually made changes to some of the templates where we've fixed the codes in them, so that we could see a difference between the two templates so that we could actually do the slicing correctly.
And cardinality wise, both of those templates align, so that's why you feel like you could combine them.
Exactly. There's 0 to many, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing, like, they both have REFR. Like, if there had been anything different, right? If they had used a different type code, then we'd have been able to distinguish the two slices differently, the two, you know, refers to differently, but there isn't. There's actually nothing that distinguishes these. They both just point to an entry reference, and there's nothing within entry reference that would allow you to say, you know, something to distinguish between them. So that's where, okay, these two templates, right? These two entry relationships are exactly, you know, they look from an instance, they look exactly the same. The only difference is the guidance that's given. And again, that in this case, the decision was made to combine them, but in other cases, we've actually gone and changed potentially could have changed the type code where we said this is a better one, or we've made the templates be more specific, and the templates contain codes that, and changed the act code or the observation code or what have you, so that it was clear and we were allowed to differentiate between the different entry relationships. So again, it's from a technical perspective, that's cool, but from a reading perspective, right, I would just want to point out that that's how we've done all those. Anywhere where there's something repeats, we've done it via slicing, And so that's where this is a great example of all the different things that are contained within a goal observation. And we've given them names. So going forward, we can refer to them properly. And then it tells you what that thing is, right? So this entry relationship goal, right? 0 to many. And then within it, you have to point to a goal observation template. So another goal. All of these do, again, rely on CDA structures. So if I click on in this case, the observation, right, it's going to bring you out of the C-CDA guide into the CDA guide. And this guide is a informative document that is again, a representation of the CDA specification itself using structure definitions. So to do C-CDA using structure definitions, we needed to have CDA itself use those structure definitions. And so that's what this is. So this is getting published as well. This is the actual CDA content represented in structure definitions. This is not the official specification. There is, and then the new version of it that we're about to publish has got a bigger note that says, there is an actual specification that's being published. In fact, it's being validated right now. It's a web version of it. That's the official definition. This is just a guide that represents, just like C-CDA, represents CDA using FHIR structure definitions. We need this guide to be able to do C-CDA. Where the difference is from C-CDA is that this actually is the new specification, right? This is the specification. And so anything that, if you find differences and problems with the templates, if it doesn't meet what your goals are, this is the specification to make comments against. And the way that you can do that, down at the bottom, there's a propose a change link way down at the bottom on every page, and that'll bring you to HL7's JIRA. And then you can make it, and it brings you to the CDA project, and so allows you to choose the CCA specification and raise a JIRA issue against the specification. And many of you have done that. Obviously, we had the ballot, and people have been raising issues since then. Right. We looked at section templates. We looked at entry templates. We're going to look at the US Realm header template. This is a big one. It depends on your processing, your computer and your web browser, how long it takes to bring up. I think CarePlan's one of the hardest ones too. It's a huge one. And again, this is the representation of the US Realm header template in a structured format. So it's always, so many of us have looked at the US Realm header for things. And so this is I think if you're trying to, take some homework away is take the old version of the US Realm header and look at this and see how it's represented. So again, shoulds, right? A US Realm header should contain a legal authenticator. If we look at the legal authenticator, it's going to be 0 to many, and it's got a should constraint. So if you don't have one, you get a warning. Same thing, related participant. Documents should have a related participant, right? So those constraints are there. Some of the old existing constraint conformance numbers are there, and we've represented those. So if you have a set ID, you have to have a version number. If version number is present, you have to have a set ID, right? Those constraints are still there. Again, like I said earlier, I'm repeating myself. We haven't removed those conformance IDs unless that got changed. If for some reason, and obviously this one would never change, but if it had been that it became a should, then we may have updated the conformance, or we may have removed it altogether if it no longer applied. And we didn't add new conformance IDs on new constraints that arose during the ballot. We don't necessarily need these anymore because, should legal authenticator, or we can give better names to the various constraints. And when you do validation, that's the name of the warning that's going to pop up. It'll tell you that invariant fired. We've got, all the different V3 data types. Those are represented as, in structures. Eventually, once you get down, you'll get strings, you'll get codes, OID, UUID. Like there's a number of FHIR data types that are exactly, basically equivalent to the underlying CDA simple data types. So strings, dates and things like that. We do for dates, we do use the V3 representation of dates, which is different than the FHIR representation. The FHIR representation of dates uses, you know, web format. So it's 2024-0501, whatever you have. The dates in C-CDA, the format that we use here is the V3 format. So it doesn't have the dashes. So it's 2024-0501, blah, 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 blah. This, like I said, the US realm header, you know, or one of the document types, if you're trying to compare and learn how things work, right, is probably one of the better ones, because, you know, there's so much here and you can try and see how things work. We do have the SDTC extensions. So they're going to be defined wherever they're used. So in this case, the US realm header uses them for deceased indicator and deceased time. Here's a little difference in how they're represented. So we've, you know, the element has to have a name. So we've tended to do it this way, SDTC, then the name of the element. And then there's a way within the structure definition to say how that's represented in the XML. So in this case, right, that's where you see the XML namespace and the XML. So in the actual XML, it'll be deceased time is the XML tag with a namespace of SDTC. And those of you who've done SDT extensions, that's just how, you know, we know how it's done. It's the same way. I just wanted to point out that there's a slight difference in how those are represented, because we've got an element name within the structure, right? But how it's actually represented in the instance is SDTC : deceased indicator, or SDTC : deceased time, where that SDTC is the namespace for our standard extensions.
We'll actually see, and we'll hit that again in validation, because I practiced my demo on the example we have for this, and we've got an error related to that. So it's a perfect example.
Great. And I mentioned the USCDI. So the USCDI tags, so whatever data elements coming from USCDI, they're highlighted with this USCDI tag. And it's very similar to what US Core has. In fact, it's exactly the same. USCDI in brackets. So on various templates where the USCDI elements are found, you will be able to pick those out by looking for USCDI in brackets, in parentheses, I guess. So here we've pointed out the date of birth, the date of death, race, and ethnicity.
You talk about the SDTC. I saw it for deceased time, but for race code, it doesn't have that same XML. Okay, I see it now. It's at the bottom. The second to last line. There it is. There it is. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Was it not possible to have a green pill as the visual indicator that we had extended the base CDA schema?
No, not at this point. We'd have to work on the template. So you could raise an issue around that, and we could potentially work on the template, the CDA template, to do some things like that. But for this version, no, we didn't do that.
So it would be worth saying that, because it is if I said it is possible to look at using a different little icon than the same yellow folder thing.
It may be possible.
Okay.
I don't want to commit. Right. So I mean, again, we get, you know, all the different things that are part of the US realm header, the author, data enterer, right? They're all here with all of the constraints. And then I just want to drive all the way down the terminology bindings. So wherever there are terminology bindings, they're pulled out. Again, we inherit this from the way that the IG produces this page. So this is nice. It points out all the different terminology bindings that are there, including, gives you the name and the link if it's a value set that we know about that's in the latest VSAC. All of the constraints are then listed, right? So all those should constraints that we've had, plus all of the other constraints are listed. So again, if the ID, you know, if it was a constraint that existed in the previous version of C-CDA and it hasn't gone away, it hasn't changed, then it'll be listed here, right? And so all these conformance numbers are there, as long as with the, you know, the various shalls and shoulds where they're potentially new, and we've given them actual names that make a bit more sense. So that was going forward. Any one of these constraints or invariants that we're creating are going to have names that make a bit more sense, rather than the conformance IDs. So those are going to be all listed here, along with what it's against, right? And both a textual and as well as a FHIR path. So FHIR path is a way of expressing those constraints. Again, since we're using the FHIR structure definitions, we have that capability. And most of these ones, you know, are fairly easy. There will be some in some of the entry templates where they're quite complicated with the FHIR path. And if you're interested and if you're of a techie bent, you can look into those to see how those fire. And again, because this is the US realm header, there's a lot of different constraints, and we also inherit constraints on some of the data types themselves. There are examples, so we can go to any of them, and I don't want to bring up, you know, any of the sections. So the examples are listed up here, right? So we have at least one example. At this point in time, we should have at least one example. I have talked, and I'm planning on making a page, so there'll probably be another page up here on the menu that will list the examples. They are listed on the artifact index, but what I want to do is have a listing of all of the templates and then a list of the examples that go with it. Because for some of, you know, it's hidden, some of these section templates we won't have examples for, because if you look in the C-CDA guide, the previous version, right, there wasn't a lot of information given, especially if that section was just text, right? We'd have ... We wouldn't have the entry relationships, and it was just showing what the template ID and what the codes potentially in the section would be. So those didn't provide a lot of value. And so that we're not repeating and getting out of sync, we're planning to not include those kind of examples. So I want to have a page that lists the various templates and which ones have examples and which ones have multiple examples. If you click on it, you get this sort of thing where it's the goals section, right? So section, template ID, the code, and then it has to have a goals observation. So we have that. And so again, something like this doesn't provide a lot of info. So for this version of the guide, we're planning on removing this kind of example. Ideally, what we would rather do, but we don't have on the team, we don't have the clinical expertise, is actually create an example with the text. So showing what should the text for a goals section ideally look like? But I'm not a clinician, and so I'd be just repeating whatever was in the observation, right? So rather than do that, what we're going to do is pull out examples like this that don't really provide any value. And the reason we're going to do that is if you look at our QA page, and I'm not bringing that up, we have a lot of errors and warnings in our examples because something like this actually more than likely isn't valid, right? Just having this observation, it's more than likely not valid because the goal observation has some mandatory features on it. So we've got errors, and rather than trying to fix those errors and provide something that's, you know, clinically relevant when we don't have the clinical expertise, we're going to just pull out those kind of examples. And then the next version, hopefully the next version of the C-CDA will be able to have better examples for sections and things like that. And then the last thing I want to talk about is this detailed descriptions. So comments, invariants, all the different things that you would potentially find in the tables and in the tabs are all going to be found here, but the comments are going to be, and this isn't a good one, let's go to the US realm header. There's a lot of comments and things around on fields that you're going to find in the detailed descriptions. You can, if you click on any of these, it'll take you to the detailed descriptions, but you can also just go directly to that tab. So if there's something specific about the XML format, so in this case, what the namespace is, any of the invariants are going to be listed. And then any of those shall and such that it, right? We copied those over. They're not on the tabs themselves, but they are in the comments, right? So the realm code shall contain exactly one realm code equals US, right? So that definition of that conformance statement is here, but how that got expressed, right? So shall contain exactly one. So the cardinality is 1-to-1. And if we go back to the content and look at realm code, right? The required pattern is US, so it has to be US, right? So there isn't an invariant for that because those kinds of things are expressed directly in the template itself. So shall be exactly 1, that's done by cardinality and it's got a fixed value, right? That's there. Same thing for the template IDs, for the type IDs, right? Different things. So we've kept the constraint language as a comment, right? But this in and of itself, and there's other ones, shall contain exactly 1 type ID, right? They didn't get turned into invariants because the template itself, the cardinality, right? And for the type ID, shall contain exactly 1 type ID, so the type ID is 1-to-1, right? The type ID shall contain exactly 1 root that is equal to this, or all those kinds of things, right? Those have been expressed directly in the template, so there's no invariance for these, as opposed to, right, the actual invariants that, relate between different elements. Set ID exists implies a version number exists, or the shoulds where we're saying, you should have something, so it should exist. So that's why I wanted to bring up this tab way up at the top, the detailed descriptions, is you can see some of those constraint texts. There's also other things where there might be some other comments that we have. They'll be listed in here as well.
I would also say that those the conformance language statements from the old guide were brought over and kept as comments, and we made the decision to not just wholeheartedly delete them so that ballot reviewers could see, hey, did we actually implement things correctly? But it's not something that we intend to keep preserving going forward. And in fact, we might just go through and delete them all in the next version, because they're redundant and they also can pretty quickly get out of sync. So.
Yep.
So if you see a discrepancy, I mean, you can make a comment, but if we start getting too many comments on them, we're just going to say, okay, that's it. We're just deleting them all.
All right, so that's all I've got in terms of how to read. Are there any questions around the guide or anything you would like me to go to and point to?
I like to mention something really quickly. It's really, really small, but I was always curious about the conformance number itself. I did a little deep dive one day, maybe a year ago, and I found out that the conformance number does have importance as far as how to track it back. But I was so used to being able to like use a template to find a template ID to find the template. And I try to do the same thing with the conformance number, and I wasn't so lucky. I don't think it's designed to be that way. I think it's a deeper concept, but I was just curious. Do you have any advice on that tip? How would I get a conformance number and maybe backtrack it to something more concrete? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, I've always, even here when I was trying to find conformance IDs, I would just bring up the entire PDF document and search there to find out which template that it applied to. And again, that's why we're getting away, one of the decisions to get away from those conformance numbers and provide, more, the constraint, give it a name. And also the validation that's done, using the FHIR validator will point out that it's this specific template and this invariant. So this invariant in this template. So it gives you a bit more information about what fired. So yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know. I mean, Benjamin, Brett, anyone else with C-CDA experience around what's the rationale on the conformance numbers and how to tie those to a template?
Yeah, I mean, it used to be search the PDF, and then when we got the nice web navigation format, I think you could type it in there and it would take you to the right place. But yeah, I don't know. There are ways to search FHIR IGs. I don't know if actually searching for the conformance number would bring anything up that way. But again, yeah, we're trying to get away from it, and validation tools point you to the template. I do have like a preview later of Schematron, and that is something that was requested that, you used to get that number and then you could figure out where to go. And so we're going to try to come up with a somewhat decent replacement of it so you can at least know where the error came from. But I think for the most part, those conformance numbers are going to slowly disappear.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think just to, oh, sorry, Matt.
No. Go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, I was just gonna, give Matt a high five to say like, yeah, the conformance, I mean, over the past 10 years, I'm sure we've all searched with conformance numbers. And well, that's what, analysts or developers know. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have conformance numbers, but the idea of there's an error, how do I link to that part of the design? I think, Benjamin, when you're doing the validation review today, highlighting that or highlighting how it's a future requirement or, something that we could, I'd say I played with the online validator that is provided, but it always times out for me. But I do think there's potential to link to the template and give good guidance. So it wouldn't necessarily be a conformance number going forward, but the idea of linking to those errors is pretty important.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah, as long as the validator has a way to link to the proper, because it did in the past, all those numbers. As long as it can get there, it'd be great.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much. And like I said,
Oh, sorry, John, I
Oh.
wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I wanted to ask one. Sorry, I was waiting till that thing. Is there a way to search by template ID? If you don't know the template's name and you only know its ID, is there a way to search for that?
that's a good question. No, not easily. The artifact index page, we don't put the template ID. So we don't have a page that you could search. So behind the scenes, you could download and find and tie the template ID to a.
Because a lot of times in the XML, people don't put the template name, they just put a template ID. And so you have to figure out, how am I going to figure out where this, what template ID this is? And I definitely missed being able to search by template ID.
No, that's a good point. And I'm actually gonna. Yeah, we used to, strangely enough, we didn't have names. So the very first version of this guide, these were all the template IDs, and we didn't have the names.
Yeah,
That
the
was just
humans are much
confusing.
happier, but now I got the opposite problem.
Yeah. That's an interesting point about where can we, provide a page that lists the templates and the template ID so someone could search that way to do the backwards. We'll think about that.
Thank you.
I don't guarantee we'll get it in the next 2 weeks, but
I think we're going to learn. I mean, as you know, John, we're going to get a lot more people using this now in the months ahead. And I think these small, I don't want to call any of these small, but there's going to be a lot of opportunity, I think, for the next release to just kind of put a little pin in, UI feature, usability type feature requests coming your way,
right.
which is a good thing, right?
Yeah, no, it is, right? And it's making it better and so yeah, it's small little initially it's like, oh, hey, if we had the template ID somewhere so I could search, that seems a small thing, but it will make the usability so much better. So I agree with you. All right, well, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Again, just plans wise, we're in the last few weeks of QA. The intent is next week to get approval from StructureDocs and CDA Management Group to officially publish this. And then we'll be working through and getting both the CDA guide that it depends on and this officially published. And then we'll have a break and then we'll get started on the next version of the guide. So thank you, everyone. Please, take a look and do that comparison. Any comments around those kind of usability things, you can raise those as JIRA issues. If you want to reach out to me on the how to read and say, I didn't understand this, that'd be great to know. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I do have one last question. Would the C-CDA search resource ever die?
Will it ever die? No. I mean, well, that's up to John.
Okay.
I mean, it's there. I mean, I don't think it's got an update to the latest versions because we didn't create new PDF versions of those. I
Mhm.
mean, it does have links to the templates, but if there are new templates, so yeah, I don't know. I suspect it might eventually die, but you know, if there's functionality there that, you know, and one of those is here's a listing of templates and the template IDs, but any other functionality that we could add to, I mean, it is a web format, this new version of C-CDA. So if there's things in the search that we could add here, that would, you know, to this guide, that would be useful, I think.
Okay, sounds good.
I mean, I think John, everything you said sounds right for it. I mean, I like to think rather than life or death, it's kind of like, does it stay updated and fresh? And the answer is no intentions to stay up to date with where 3.0 goes and then when subsequent versions go for it, because there's not really a way to port that back. And the original the original intent, we actually think that people played around with the name of an ANT, an alternative navigation tool, was to just get away from a PDF that you had to download and it was big, it was 1,000 pages and it's hard to navigate. Some people have trouble opening it and put on web pages. That is now superseded because the structure definition publishing is completely online. So a lot of its utility, I think, was just in the waiting time frame to get to that. So I don't think that there's an intent to keep it up to date, but I don't necessarily think there's an attempt to like bring it down. There are a few issues that have come up in the last 6 months that are still waiting to be, addressed by me. But it's more of like when somebody kind of kicks me and says, "Hey, we really want to, update that page from HL7," then I can probably do that.
Okay, roger that. That was helpful.
All right. Thank you very much. So we're at the next section. So I've stopped sharing, and Jim and Dennis, you guys are on for talking about the specialty Eyecare IG, an update and next steps.
Yeah. Are you hearing me, John?
Yep.
Yep. So let's see. Do I share my screen or do I have to be given? I think I can
You
do
should
it.
be able to share. Yep.
You should be seeing it now.
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, hi, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Dennis Ball and I are going to be sharing a presentation here. So what we're going to talk about is Dennis is going to give a little bit of an update on the previous data mapping project that we were involved in with Dogwood and with John. Then going forward, I'm going to talk about some of the interoperability challenges that we're seeing when we look at subspecialty data. And we're going to end up asking HL7 to really consider looking at recognizing a specialty data C-CDA because of the issues that I'm going to sort of bring up that we're all going to have to deal with as we move to USCDI version 3. So Dennis is going to start with a little bit of an update about what was accomplished in the last projects.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. So yeah, so basically as a project which you all know, we went to map as much of the specialty eye care data that we could. And we managed to get, and John updated it a couple months ago, but recently, and we got the visual acuity fully mapped. We got the refraction diagnostic map, the refraction mapped, the diagnostic assessment tool. So we did IOP and dry eye. We're starting, I'm mapping some more of the dry eye now and the glaucoma and the cataracts, but we also did posterior segment, which we got some partial data. We got the optic disc, the macula, and some of the posterior retina. I'm going to send the link to the guide now, so anybody who wants to bring it up can. This is using the FHIR format that John actually just went through, which was really cool. It was one of the, I don't know if it was the first one, John, but it was definitely one to kick off the first, FHIR with the CDA and for the eye care space. So I'll let Jim go into more. I mean, I'm sure there's probably lots of questions. We have mapped internally in a data dictionary a lot more of the data, but it hasn't been put onto like a C-CDA example. So on that page, you will be able to find the example, which has all of the data that we've mapped currently in an example document that's available there.
Thanks, Dennis.
That's
So as we move to USCDI version 3, for much of medicine, I don't really know what the implications are, but for specialty areas, it's a huge change, right? So none of the specialty data that's recorded currently is included in USCDI version 1. So, the specific parts are the clinical tests, and the diagnostic imaging isn't necessarily new, but the clinical test now includes everything that's recorded in those specialty areas, and none of that is included in US version 1. So it's a big change for the specialty areas. So if you look at USCDI version 1, it basically, focused on general medicine. It works, really well through a lot of medicine, and it's resulted in a lot of exchange of health information. But when we look at the specialty areas, there's almost no electronic communications occurring today within those subspecialty areas, just because USCDI version 1 didn't support it. So the things that are really important to specialists to be able to share hasn't been part of what we've been sharing up to this point. And when we start looking at that data, we find some really unique challenges, and that's what I wanted to bring up here. So, there's a lot of equipment. That equipment is evolving, especially with AI coming out. I mean, almost weekly, FDA is approving new equipment for eye care and for specialty areas that are using new terms. They're using new terminology that we never even used before. Higher quality images are seeing things that we never had descriptions for that have to be added. And all these things get recorded, so they come under USCDI version 3. Then there's a problem with standardization. When you get into a lot of the testing, there's a whole lot of different ways to do subspecialty stuff, and the recording for it isn't standardized. Just for an example, in eye care, if you're just looking at grading the depth of the anterior chamber, there's 6 completely different methods just to grade the anterior chamber, and all of those need to become interoperable under, version 3. Just to give you an example of visual acuity charts. I mean, everybody thinks of visual acuity in terms of, 2020, 2040. This is 1 page of 10 pages of visual acuity charts that are sold by one company. So when you get into doing visual acuity for disabled people or for young children, there's a whole bunch of different ways of recording that. And again, that all has to be interoperable if it's recorded in the exam today. So when we look at some examples of specialty data, every area, just looking at eye care, and this extends into a whole bunch of other specialty areas, if you're co-managing dry eye, there's terms here that I'm pretty sure there's no primary care physicians out there that care if there's saponification of the tears. But yet it's extremely important data if you're co-managing between a dry eye clinic and a primary eye care provider. In visual training, there's tons of terms that nobody else really uses. It's only really used between a small group, subspecialty group, but it's critical for them to be able to share this data. So to this day, to this point, we haven't been doing that. There's been no sharing of this type of data electronically. Everybody's still faxing or writing letters or making phone calls. But what's really important is where this is critical to be able to do it. And I'm going to show you some examples in dry eye, between dry eye specialists in trying to improve those dry eye outcomes. Most of the rest of the people in medicine don't want this data. It becomes a huge data dump for them to have to get it. So there's different purposes. And what's really important within the subspecialty groups, a lot of times has no value to anybody else. The other problem is that when you get into subspecialty data, it's so complicated, even the subspecialty EHRs don't know how to handle it. So when we talk to dry eye providers, they all complain that their dedicated eye care EHRs don't have a place to record the data that they need to record. What they do is they make a template, and they tell every provider to create their own custom template. Well, the problem, so some don't do that. And I talked to a dry eye provider last week. She brings up a text box in her EHR and types in all of the dry eye information. She says it takes about 15 minutes per patient to type in the information she wants to put in there. So that's one solution. A lot of providers just don't document the stuff that they would like to document. The custom templates are different for each office. They're all created individually. Now, a few EHRs do allow a provider to create a custom template and then share it with other users, but there's no standardization of that. They tend not to be well adopted. There's a whole bunch of problems with that. And the other thing is a whole lot of the units and a lot of the things when we get into subspecialty stuff don't use the standard UCOM sets. So there become quite a few issues. So in general, there's a lot of challenges. And because of that, what we're seeing develop in the field are kind of third-party apps to handle this subspecialty data. So when the providers have to do it themselves in an individualized template, the data is not uniform, it's not mapped to C-CDA or FHIR, the EHR itself doesn't know what the provider mapped to, and the provider doesn't have a way of making it interoperable. With these third-party platforms, and there's a number of them emerging, right? I'm going to show you an example from one, but there's a number of these that are emerging. The entries are standardized, so everybody's entering the data the same way. The vendors for these can do the mapping to C-CDA and FHIR, so even though they're used by providers that use different EHRs, it sort of centralizes that process of mapping things. And then it supports care delivery of team care delivery, which, because the interoperability that we currently have, it's very difficult to do team care, deliver team level of care with what we have. So without going through a lot of detail, I just want to give you a little visual idea of what these specialty EHRs add-on type of things or co-management apps look like. We changed the name, so we're not here promoting any product. This isn't even the name of what I'm going to show you, but it basically can be used by any provider, whether they use an EHR. It can be integrated with an EHR. It can be completely integrated, so they can share data between the EHR and these add-on co-management apps. But the key to it is it's team-based, not like an EHR, that an EHR goes in an office. With this, every member of a care team can use it regardless of what facility they're in or if they're the same one. So just to give you an idea, this app was developed by bringing together approximately 10 well-recognized national level dry eye specialists that were asked, what do you want to record? And they all said they could only record out of all of these. Each of them said their EHR only allows them to record 3 or 4 of them. The rest of them, they have to create a custom template to be able to record it. So all a user does is select the ones that they want to use. It goes up there, they can put it in any order they want, so they can document exactly what they want to document in the order they want to document. So the speed of entering the data for a user in these is tremendously better than using whatever host EHR they're using. So what I'm going to show you is how it's sort of used by a care team. So the first doctor, just a general eye doctor, sees a patient with dry eye. They do the dry eye test they want. They then say, okay, in this case, that was the doctor you saw. They go to the care team. They simply put in an NPI number for who else we want to add. In this case, we're adding an ophthalmologist to it. And then when that ophthalmologist then gets the instructions from the system for how to log on, they go on. They can see everything that the second doctor sees everything the first doctor recorded, can redo tests if they want to. In this case, they're doing a more detailed example of corneal staining, and they wanted to do a couple extra ones. The patient was referred for IPL, which is the laser treatment for dry eye. They actually did it, and this is a control status. So just so everybody knows, the purpose of this, like in the goals section, is to get dry eye adequately controlled so they can have cataract surgery. So this is saying it's not sufficiently controlled for the cataract surgery. So that's the idea now. If the next time maybe the eye doctor is seeing the patient again, the general one, so they can switch back and forth. If it gets to the point that this changes so it is adequately controlled, then the actual cataract extraction can be co-managed, and the cataract doctor can take a look and see how the dry eye was managed. So all that information that's important clinically can be easily exchanged here. The problem with that, so now you have, so from a user standpoint, these type of applications make the data entry much, much easier. They can anybody can record any clinical findings they want. It supports the care team, standardizes the data. It's all available for registries for analytics, and it reduces a whole bunch of specialty data, EHRs, with those custom templates for the EHRs. The problem is we still need to create a C-CDA to communicate with providers that aren't on the patient care team. So that's where the problem comes in. These third-party apps don't share the database with the EHR. So the third-party app can create a C-CDA with the specialty data, but it doesn't have access to fill out the data that are the rest of the C-CDA requirements, and the EHR doesn't have access to the specialty data C-CDA. So even when they're integrated, they're kind of a button, and it launches these specialty, like the co-management app, but the databases are completely different. So basically, what we think the system that would work best is if there was a recognized specialty data C-CDA type where these specialty apps could put in that specialty data, but everything else is still done in the core C-CDA. It's just sort of an add-on. So the requirements for this specialty data C-CDA, as we see it, would be exactly the same thing as, you know, for the header and the identification, all that would be the same. The way the C-CDA is created, it would be same. It's just all of the sections would be optional, and we'd be primarily using the physical exam section, which would follow the guidelines that John and Dennis talked about that are already established for it. So it would allow these specialty apps to be able to create that specialty data without having access to the other data. So that's basically what we're suggesting. And just so everybody knows, if you like this idea, it was my idea. If you don't, it was Dennis's idea. Yeah. Okay.
Jim, we have a question in the chat from Jessica. How do these third-party apps maintain HIPAA compliance?
A lot of EHRs today are virtual, so it follows all the same exact guidance that a virtual EHR would.
Jim, is this still
Dennis can add to that if you want more of a technical answer.
Yeah. So most of the third-party apps that are doing that, they're basically on the cloud using Microsoft servers, which are HIPAA compliant. They're using the Microsoft, the databases that are HIPAA compliant. So the compliancy is based on the way they're hosted, the way the databases are encrypted. And in some cases, I think some of the third-party apps will actually go through, a partial certification as well to make sure that they're compliant. But it's based on, because they're virtual, it's more of which database are you using, what security practices are you using, are you following the general HIPAA? So we definitely, I don't know about all of them because I haven't seen all the different apps, but for that purpose, they're all, hosted in HIPAA compliant data centers.
Somebody had their hand raised. I think.
Consultation note sounds familiar to specialty. That was John Demore. It does. I mean, we have used consultation note, but when you're doing some of the, sorry, I guess I could turn on my camera. When you're doing some of the communication between, say, an optometrist and an ophthalmologist, they want operative notes and they want very specific types of data. And the consultation note's great, but it's not discrete data. The idea is you would have the consultation note or progress note going along with the specialty data. And I think that Jim didn't maybe highlight that.
I meant the consultation note document type in C-CDA specifically, not just like a consult note itself.
Right, consultation note document type, yeah. And I guess we'd have to look at that a little bit
but
closer.
You still have the other
Yeah.
requirements, right? So that's the problem, is how do you meet the other requirements when you only have access to the specialty data?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's less, I mean, so here's my thoughts on it, which is it's less, it certainly doesn't require very many sections, a lot less than a CCD or a lot of the other ones for it. It requires allergies, it requires a history of present illness, and then I think it requires a little bit on the reason for referral, and assessment or plan.
Ah,
But it's like, I almost like wonder whether, because in my experience, the consultation note in CCDA is not really well utilized today for it. It's not a requirement to put out there, and it's not something that is well utilized. I wonder if there's an opportunity to boost its utilization by merging with this, and maybe, Jim, to your point, lightening up the section requirements that are even required on that, kind of expanding the use case a little bit, and doing that rather than making a whole new document type. The reason why is because I'm like, I try to always view it as you're a person coming to CCDA for the first time. You see consultation note and you see specialty note, as two different CCDA document types. That might not give you a lot of granularity for which one to go to and which case for it. And so I'm wondering if there's a merge aspect that is possible.
yeah. Well, it wouldn't be a specialty note per se, but I get what you're saying, John, and I don't disagree. That was one of the first things I thought of, because when we did Project Claire and we were kind of moving forward with the specialty data, we are using progress notes, we are using a consultation note, so we're using them in the right communication type of aspect. But when you're sending data like Eyecare, and I don't know if when we talk about the poster, you've got the 8 sections that go in the physical exam. It's a massive amount of data, and I know we probably only mapped maybe 20 or 30%. I don't have an exact number. We've got a lot more data. It's a massive amount of data that needs to get communicated, and I didn't see the physical exam structured such that it would go in one of those notes, but it could. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we just have to allow the physical exam to go in one of the note structures, and then maybe expand on that. So yeah, I don't disagree, John, that we could try and use an existing one.
And
You all know
Dennis,
this,
are you?
you all know this better than me, so I'm kind of like throwing out ideas. So, but
Yeah.
you guys all make the right decision. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, thanks. I just raised my hand. Dennis, have you guys gone to Loink to find out if there is a much more specific document ontology code so that you could clarify, yes, this is a progress note. We're using the structure of a progress note, but it's really a whatever Eyecare physical exam progress note or something to indicate that this has got specialized information,
Yeah.
even though it's using the general structural template of a progress note.
Well, it might be a progress note, but it could also be a referral. So I guess it kind of follows. No, I guess we haven't gone to Loink. And so I did notice that Loink just sent out their conference that's coming up. So maybe I will go to that and then see if we can clarify that. I didn't see any Loink codes that would lend itself to being this type of a document, but you never know. Yeah, good point, Lisa. That's something that we need to consider.
Rochelle,
Yeah,
you
Yeah, so I understand we're using progress note and looking at consult notes. The EHRs we're working with on Eyecare, the trouble is they also need to get this data to a patient. And I know we're talking about transitioning the data and referring, but having a patient have to look through get a full CCD and then get a progress note and then get a consultation note just to get their prescription is a little difficult, and it's not very user friendly. And so just understanding that the patient perspective, they need this as well. And there's got to be an easier way to get this information into something that a patient would regularly receive when they check out from their doctor's visit.
Yeah, that's a good point. And primarily it's been the ambulatory summary or, the episode note or something like that.
Right.
But you're right. It has a lot of information that the patient may or may not care about or even want to see. But yeah, absolutely.
But that physical exam part, I think, does give the patient what they would need for a prescription,
Yes,
right? But we just can't get that into the CCD.
No.
So now they're getting a progress note too, which is
No.
a little weird.
Sorry. Yes. So
No,
as
it shouldn't. That's not the way it works.
Okay.
The prescription part is already a main I think anything that's to do with like the eyeglass prescription or the contact lens prescription, that's already a core part of, of core eye care. We're not, so maybe it's easier to understand this in the term of specialty data and subspecialty data. What we're really talking about is subspecialty data, like what's in the example we gave of dry eye. What are the clinical findings that are important if you're really trying to improve the outcomes in dry eye treatments? When we're doing something like spectacle RXs, that's core, that's done like on everybody in eye care, right? If you have an eye exam, you're going to be tested for your eyeglasses if it's a routine eye exam. That should already be taken care of in the standard C-CDA, so that you should not go
In the
into
standard,
what we would talk about.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you
Well,
said standard C-CDA being
Yeah, that's
what
already mapped,
document
right?
specifically? That's the
Right.
progress note.
We already
no,
mapped
no,
that.
they would be just so the stuff that we did with the previous project, Rochelle, would be to include the visual acuities, the refraction. That was meant to be included where it's important to be included in the regular C-CDA
Regular
episode
C-CDA.
note or the summary. So it wasn't meant to be just a specialty. That was meant to be core
Okay.
for
Yeah.
any, when it's to include it when it's necessary. Because, when Lisa and Jim and I were going through it, we thought, well, there's a bunch of people that would like to see this data all the time, but then when you're communicating, you don't want to necessarily communicate all data. So in a progress note, you may or may not include certain sections or subsections of the specialty data, but the refraction, the visual acuity, that's why we tackled them first, because they were meant to be part of the core for an exam.
Yeah, what
And when
this
you say
approach does,
C-CDA, are you referring to a progress note or are you referring to a CCD?
A CCD,
whichever.
yeah.
A CCD. Okay, so I
Yeah.
need more information on that for sure. As far as the
Wait.
subcore, go ahead.
Go back to that question, Rochelle, because I think you just got
Yeah.
3 different answers from Jim and Dennis
Yeah.
and myself. So I think the answer to your question is any C-CDA document. So it could
Yes.
be in a progress note, it could be in a consult note, it could be in a patient summary, a CCD. It's
Right.
wherever that higher level of summarized, relevant, pertinent eye care information needs to be communicated. And that's not just
Yeah.
a specific type of C-CDA document.
Correct.
Right.
Sorry,
But
I'm
what
in
section
agreement with
of
Lisa.
the
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
section of the CCDA are you putting that data in?
Physical
A consult
exam.
note?
Physical
A
exam section.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's
So
no
the
physical
consult note would
exam.
be, there's a physical exam component for eye care, which is what the previous the IG that we've created and the examples are based on for eye care data.
Okay, so that previous IG, when we talked before, I was told it was only the physical exam only shows up in the progress note. So the actual document. So you're saying in a summary of care, we can place a physical exam template?
That's a
Yeah.
really important
I
point
don't-
to
Yeah.
underscore
Yeah.
because
Exactly.
all CDA, all consolidated CDA templates are open.
Yeah.
Except
It's an
for
open
maybe
template
one that's an exception, and we
Right.
don't even really need to talk about that. But all of the
Okay.
document templates are open, which
Yeah, I
means
think
you can use an appropriate section level template any place where you need it.
Okay.
yeah,
Thank
but
you.
maybe
Very
we
helpful.
haven't, mentioned that enough times or, highlighted that, but that was the whole point. The physical exam section is a section that can be included in almost all, if not all, document types.
So now
So-
you're talking about more, what y'all are talking about right now is more specialty data that needs to be shared between physicians or in a transition or a referral aspect.
Yeah.
And not
It would be
something for
more,
a patient.
more of a
Okay.
customized communication between, 2 doctors or multiple doctors on a care team. Because like the refraction, the visual acuity, all those things that we had previously would be, part of any refractive type exam, and we would expect that see that all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the core, that's where I think this division works between what I call specialty data versus subspecialty data. Specialty data is stuff that, like if you take pupils or the common stuff that's done, it should be able to
Mhm.
be in any C-CDA. It can go into a referral note. It can go into anything. In that stuff, there is some interest in, a lot of people throughout medicine to get that information. What
Well,
the
the
data
dry
that
eye
we're
example
talking
was,
about, yeah,
Mhm.
in this,
That
we're
was a
talking
perfect
about stuff
example.
that,
Mhm.
yeah, it's only really it only has value to a very small group of doctors that are doing very intricate level of care, and nobody else
Right.
needs that. That's all we're
No, that
talking
makes
about
sense.
putting in this one.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yep. So I guess I think do we have more time? Oh, we got another 15 minutes, don't we? Okay, so really interested in, getting outside perspective or other people's perspective of like the value of this. And really the challenge is, I don't know how this extends through every specialty, but the contacts that I've made with other specialty areas, every specialty area has data that they feel really only impacts within their specialty area, and people outside their area don't need to know that level of detail. So I don't know how the larger like Epic intends on handling these type of things. And when you get into the details that we're talking about within Eyecare, it just seems that the whole system is simpler if we can divide out that real subspecialty data into its own section.
Lisa?
Oh, thank you, John. So, at a time when we still struggle with seeing the large implementer community branch out to create other types of consolidated CDA documents, moving beyond CCDs to the expressed templates like consult note, referral note, progress note, etc. It's a little bit weird for me to say what I'm about to say because we've really only taken baby steps, if any, to start making other kinds of CDA documents than CCDs. But in truth, I think, Jim, where this work, the work that you and Dennis have been doing, takes us is to realizing that we could be on the verge of being grown up and mature enough to make all kinds of documents that aren't by name called out in consolidated CDA. But the patterns that we need are in consolidated CDA. And we just have to learn how to think about the information that's already there and apply it in our special, unique space. So that making, this specialty document that you guys are focused on, or starting in April, we're going to have a group of people who are very, very interested in newborn information. And they're asking the same kinds of questions. How long are we going to have to wait to have a newborn document implementation guide?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think we're at a time anymore where every kind of document needs its own implementation guide. There's so much guidance already available that you're just using what's already there and then maybe writing down some agreements about special value sets that you plug into certain spots or
Maybe
codes.
that's a good point, Lisa. Maybe that's it. Like it's not that it has to be an eye care specialty or a specialty data
Right.
CCDA. It's just more of a structured template of how you would go about doing it so that you can get the discrete data for sharing so that it's not all narrative only, which is what most DHRs are doing. But yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that makes sense.
And
And I
it
think
makes
that
the
probably
load.
provides a good segue into what I wanted to show, right? Like, Jim, if you stop sharing, I can show the guide because we haven't said we've defined the structures, but
Right.
we haven't said where that goes, right? So
Yeah.
we've
John,
said it could go in a CCD, it could go in a progress note, it could go anywhere.
let me just
Right.
close with this. This app that you're looking at here, this is applied to dry eye, right? Lisa just said somebody's doing baby care. Baby care templates could be created and all the content created in this particular application in a few hours. So it ties together a whole bunch of support stuff for, like, this group made it really easy for dry eye specialists to get together and decide, standardize the way the documentation is done. So it also, it pulls together the ability to meet some other challenges when we try to really look at effective interoperability.
Yeah. And John, I think you're right. That'll be good for you to go into the next piece. I think that was kind of our objective, or at least I thought it was, like when we came out with the Eyecare implementation guide, it was going to be kind of like a template that would be used, using the result observation and, the result organizer, result observation pattern that would be applied to physical exam for any specialty, or, to be able to put data into a C-CDA. Now for Eyecare, they actually do physical exams. For newborns, I'm not sure if it's the same, but if it is, there just has to be a place to put those in the existing templates like Lisa mentioned.
Yep.
Okay.
So Jessica, you've got your hand up before I get started.
Yeah, this may be a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So it sounds like for this really, sort of niche subspecialty data that's only really used by a specific care team and only exchanged within that care team, it sounds like these third-party apps that are coming up are kind of handling that. And I guess my general question is, why the request for a specialty C-CDA? What is the need for that document if the information exchange is being handled by these apps?
The problem is
think
that
go ahead.
for true interoperability, it has to be available to everybody. So you've got to, you're not going to put everybody on the care team. So if that data has to be made available to the patient, as I think Rochelle said, and it may have to be shared with somebody outside, and the only way of doing that is to map it eventually to FHIR as well as to C-CDA.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're
that-
talking more like
ahead.
info blocking and that sort of thing. Sounds
Yes,
like.
Yeah.
to meet those
Yeah, and
requirements.
I think we're defining the structure. Like you could have, we'll get into it, right? We talk about the physical exam section and the result organizer and result observation. You didn't necessarily need to provide this. You could just, you could send the data because it's got codes and it's, but this way, by defining it here, we're saying here's how these Eyecare results will be communicated. Like we're sort of putting a line in the sand and saying, okay, all Eyecare EHRs and other EHRs that will be consuming and patients that need to look at it, this is how it's going to be defined, so that you don't have different sections, different templates defined, or
Right.
different ways of doing it. So this becomes the stake in the ground that says thou shalt do Eyecare results this way.
Right. It was kind of to put a basis, together that could be used for other specialties, such that you can communicate with some sort of, rather than people, previously people would take all of the physical exam and they would throw it in results and try and get a LOINC code or a SNOMED code and just throw it all in the results section. But not everything belongs in the results section. They are doing a physical exam. That's part of the process of Eyecare. So it makes sense to put it in there. And we're just trying to give a basic template idea of how you would do it so that other specialties can follow. That's exactly it, John.
And we do have, talking about the document types, we have said anywhere where you can include a physical exam, which is almost every document, this template can be used, right? So.
Yep.
So yeah, I wanted to, this shows the guide we've created, and Dennis is right. It was the first one that used the C-CDA guide because I was developing both in parallel. So we've got, what are the specific use cases? So visual acuity, refraction, diagnostic eye test, posterior segment observations. We do have a sample CCD that includes those. So it uses the, excuse me, uses the templates that we've defined. So physical exam, and then, the different organizers, and that this is, obviously the text, the HTML version of it, right? But it has all of those. And then I'm realizing as I was looking at this, I didn't provide any real structure. So we've got all of the templates, excuse me. So we have the Eyecare exam section. It's derived from the physical exam section. So it uses the C-CDA physical exam section. This would take us to C-CDA if we pointed to it. What it does is it says we don't need the long care wound entry, and instead we've got, you know, these result organizers, which can be one of these 4. These are the 4 different kinds of tests that we defined. Excuse me, we use result organizers. So the same thing, this visual acuity organizer is a constraint on the result organizer C-CDA template that says the result observations, you have to have 1 at least, and it can be either visual acuity and or an aid to vision. And if we look at visual acuity, right, that's where we actually define. So what are the, you know, how did this specific, how do you record, you know, that I did a 20/20 eye test? What was the method? Which eye, left eye, right eye, both, right? And then the unit observation, this is because we have to define, yeah, it's a coded, so the 20/20, like it's not a physical quantity, so that's what's the actual observation, right,
Yeah.
is required. And so that's for visual acuity, right? We've got one for refraction, which actually I think is a little more interesting. Again, method codes, which eye, sight, and then the value, right? It can be either a string or a physical quantity. And what specific refraction observation are you making? So we've got some value sets. So all of those things get standardized, right? So this is what Dennis and Jim and I were talking about. We've now, you know, if this guide were to become the official guide, it's not even close to there. It was just, it's something we created. We'd have to validate and get probably more tests and stuff. But we'd have, what are the codes that you're going to use? How are you going to define the specific method that the test did? And what are the codes for the saying left eye, right eye, with glasses, without correction, those kinds of things, right? So that's, I mean, I think from a why this guide perspective, that's cool. But to me, why I also wanted to step in with Jim and Dennis's thing is to say this is, you know, kind of a new way, and we'll be talking about this going forward at HL7 at the CDA management group, of making supplemental CCA guides and other CCA guides. You now have the ability, you can still do it the way we've done it before, where you're doing PDFs, but we now have this ability to use the same format that CCDA does and create our constraints and such. And it'll be interesting. I needed CCA to move further along, but I want to take that sample document that Dennis and Jim created for us and run it through the validator to see what happens. I know that we've got some examples of these observations and organizers, but I want to see the full document and see how that works. And it hasn't been able to until CCA moved along, and it has now. So cool. And if anyone wants to, you can go to the GitHub, because this is all done using FHIR shorthand. And I know Benjamin's going to talk about that this afternoon around how we use FHIR shorthand in C-CDA. This guide is produced entirely with FHIR shorthand, so we can produce those models in a nice way.
Jean, did you ever produce a guide using Trifolio Workbench?
No, I tried. So I created the initial version of the CDI Eyecare we did use Trifolio Workbench, and I think I got one template done. And it's nothing against that tool. I mean, I think any other tool like that, as a developer, I'm used to being down at the metal, right? So FHIR shorthand is a much easier way for me in how I think, as opposed to the graphical way of doing things that Trifolio Workbench or you know, Art Decor, any of those, right? I have problems with all of those tools just because I'm not used to thinking visually. I think for some people you could use those tools and produce them. For me, FHIR shorthand's just the way, because I'm a developer.
I'm just wondering if it's going to be easier. Like if anybody has a perspective yet to say that this new Pat, like how long does it take to learn to use fish? Or if you took somebody that, like Brett Marquardt or Gay Dolan, that knows how to create IGs using Workbench, Trifolio Workbench, how long would it take them to learn how to use fish to make a guide?
Yeah, and I don't know I know Gay had to step away. I don't know if she's back. If she's not, I mean, I know she was using the Trifolio tool. The problem we have, unfortunately, right, is the Trifolio on FHIR tool has been sunsetted. Like it's not available anymore. So we're going to need some other tools that can potentially do the C-CDA logical models.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying to move from, because we have quite a few authors from Trifolio Workbench, and I'm just wondering, based on your experience, if you feel like converting those authors to have new authoring skills in fish if it's going to be a hard task or not.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
I looked at the
think it's a hard
GitHub.
task because Fire shorthand
Yeah.
is easy for me, but I've got a developer bench, right?
Okay.
I went to your GitHub repository from the link, Jean, and I looked at the code in there and it looked pretty basic, but then I'm a developer,
Right.
you know, as well. So for me, it looked like it was fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
I've never used
So we
Portfolio
need to
Workbench,
make,
but
we
the
need to
visual,
make the class called Fish for Non-Developers.
yeah,
Yes,
fish
yeah.
for okay.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
I mean, there's a couple other things too that go along with that. It's just like getting used to GitHub is new for a lot of people who've been making PDFs and doing things in kind of different versions, and then also being able to like run a publisher from a command line is kind of a different experience for a lot of people for it. So I think it is not easy, Lisa, but I think that the tooling is great and it's not impossible. This is not I don't want to say it's not hard because it might be hard for some people for it, but it's not. I don't think it's unachievable for anybody. I think it's just kind of getting used to a lot.
I
Probably
guess
easier than learning to play the violin, right? It's a specialized instrument and we should be able to do it.
Okay,
Hey,
here's
Lisa, I
here's
could
the
do
source
it.
code that we've got, right? So again, because we've got these defined as logical models and these are constraints on, it's not new templates, right? But so result organizer, right? Here's the code that you need to use to indicate what kind it is, and then the component has to be a refraction observation. Here's the constraints on refraction observation, right? The code binding, the target site binding, the method code, and value has to be a physical quantity or string. Like it's not that difficult, but again, it's code, right? So as I was saying, it's GitHub, it's code, it's a different way of doing things. And to generate this guide, you got to run a command from the command line potentially. So it's different, but it's not hard, but
I suppose if you had a
different skill
manual
set.
or a little bit of a guide, somebody could do it. I mean, but look at the profiles. I mean, a lot of the elements in there are the same elements you put in a C-CDA or CDA anyway, right? So I think wouldn't be super difficult, but you're right. There'd have to be a guide.
Yeah,
I
they have lots
think
of
Linda
school of
Michelson
fish.
is going to be our example poster child of the non-developer that learns to do this and then teaches us.
Well, I don't know about that, but I've been doing FHIR IGs for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. And the reason they're pointing to me is I am not a developer. I'm a technologist per se, but not a developer. The largest challenge I have is within my organization. I work for Optum. It's really hard to install like Ruby and Jekyll, the Jekyll gems. Every time that happens, trying to get it the right thing and that they're happy with security wise to load, it's really challenging. It would be awesome if there was some location that could be used to use the IG publisher without having to run it locally.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you
We're at
can
the,
run the Ruby gems in like sandboxes and things, Linda, so that they're kind of like compartmentalized. So maybe security wise, that would be easier. But yeah, that's not topic for now. So
Sure. Yeah, we're at the end of that session. Thank you, everyone. Let's pause the record.
Right. Welcome to the USCDI. I almost said version 4 session, but we're in 5 here.
A way too early session.
Way too early, version 5. And I'll put a link here in chat so folks can find this page. So Gay and I got together. I think we've actually looked at this more than once, but we looked at it again this Monday. And our plan, so maybe I should just go from the 10,000 foot for a second here and make sure everyone is familiar with what we're doing here. So new annual release of USCDI version 5 will happen this summer, or at least that's the commitment that ONC has made in the past and has made good on that commitment. But a draft comes out in January of every year. And so we got a new draft in January this year. So the PDF is kind of the official USCDI version 5. The document that we tend to reference a lot is the standards bulletin. We think this is a really nice, if you open up this, it's kind of in the middle of the page, but you can see this is the standards bulletin from last summer. This is the we have to go to the V5 tab. Maybe that changes. There we go. Yeah, you go to the V5 tab here, and you can see the standards bulletin. And the reason I'm a fan of the standards bulletin is there's a nice table here of a differential of what's actually new or added for this particular release. And so you can see a new set of clinical notes, some immunizations, potential laboratory, meds, observations, orders, demographics, and provenance. I think there's a little bit of background on each of those data elements. And so our process has been to do a little bit of design on Confluence first, get feedback. And we don't do this in isolation. There is work on the US Core side that is going on. I don't know if I had a link here. We can add a link here to the US Core design, but that has been done also, or at least I'll put a link here to this. I'm just displaying this. The Argonaut project has always kind of run an initial early design on the FHIR side of the house. And we will, at the work group meeting in May, the plan is to kind of continue to refine these designs and also refine our questions for ONC, because there's a unique time in the life cycle where ONC hasn't published the final, and so there's a slight window here where if we have questions or clarifications, they may be able to take those into account before publishing the final version of USCDI V5. Okay, so I'm gonna put this here, and I'll make this a link, and we'll get started. Does anybody have any, like, we have an hour and 15 minutes. I think we'll be able to kind of cruise through them. I mean, I think we have some questions that are probably gonna be open-ended. But does anyone have any favorite data types they want us to go with first? Otherwise, we'll just march right through them. Okay. Let's start with clinical notes. Okay. So the two new clinical notes are the operative note, so a summary of a surgical procedure. They do give a nice link to a recommended link code. Of course, it's a high-level link code, so it's not detailed to a specific type of surgical operative note, which is great. And then emergency department. So one of our kind of open questions when we talked about this is, and it kind of feeds a little bit off our discussion earlier this morning, is do we start to push for, when folks read these, do they immediately think full documents in terms of a new CDA document type, or do they think of the notes? What do folks think is kind of the best design, or what pops in your mind when you see these new requirements from ONC for these two note types?
I mean, my default thought for the way that Epic does this today would be that we already support sending ED notes in an ED notes section. I would think, all right, great, let's keep doing that. I don't know if there's really anything like, I would advise away from making a new document type completely for this and read it more as essentially these are maybe different new types of notes that implementers ought to be able to support sending now within existing document sections.
That's a good point.
Is that true for operative note too?
So post ONC certification for USCDI V1, we think it's just a section in an existing document. Prior, we would have thought it was a whole new note,
Right.
a new document.
Yeah, I was
Is it
curious how
very-
the concept of a section I know we changed to that paradigm several years ago, having these what within the clinical space are, at least back in my ancient days of working, are actually separate documents. Like the surgeon creates a whole operative note, for example, and the emergency department creates a whole document that gets sent to the in-house system. And so, so the paradigm when we changed to note was something I honestly still putting my head around. And I was particularly curious what, and that Rachel, I think, you know, points to what happened. It was in response to the change in regulation that fostered how you manage what happens in the clinical world.
Yeah, yeah.
So Rochelle, I call this the sheep problem. And you know, when Brett says, when I say note, what's in your mind? It's like, if I say sheep, what's in your mind? Do you think of a whole flock? Or when I say sheep, do you just think of a single sheep? The word is not, it's called something like a plural noun or something like that, but it's a problem, and it's an unclarity in this data class. And we support both. In CDA, we give you the ability to represent a clinical note as the document that you know of in the clinical world. People create these, you know, that's how CDA got started. They studied all the different note types, document notes that come out of Mayo Clinic. That's how they figured out the original set of templates that needed to be created. And then, you know, later on, as more emphasis was on releasing the narrative, we invented a way to put a note like the singular sheep into a clinical note document, the herd of sheep. And we invented that way to have a note section that you could put in, or you can even include a little tiny thing that's like a note about a procedure that you can tack on to the, in the procedure section, tack onto the procedure. So we've invented like a variety of ways to zoom through these possibilities, zoom in or zoom out. And the USCDI data class stuff doesn't give us enough clarity to know which kind of clinical note are they talking about, the document or the little narrative note that can be included in any kind of document.
Or how to deal with that across encounters. How do you deal with those notes across encounters has been a challenge.
Yeah, I see two hands actually.
I was going to say, John's got his hand up, and then Linda.
Yeah, John, Linda.
Yeah, you know, the first thing I'd say is that, you know, I mean, well, I'll make a statement, and Gay or Brett, you can disagree. I think it's really important that what gets done in FHIR and what gets done in C-CDA should be aligned as much as possible with the work that gets done on interpreting USCDI. In that respect, if you would look at operative note here and emergency department note and say, aha, I need to have FHIR composition and I need to link it all together, that would be a good basis to say, yeah, we need a new C-CDA document type. But I estimate that you're not at all thinking of using composition in FHIR. And in that circumstance, we shouldn't at all be thinking about using a document in CDA or C-CDA, because it's, you know, this is something where the continuity of care document is never really specified in USCDI, but clearly we use it and require it a whole bunch of places to package up all this other data elements that we've got. So yeah, no, that's kind of like my two thoughts just around kind of alignment with FHIR and kind of usage of composition.
Thanks, John. That's actually a really nice aha way to think of it. I like that. I see Linda's up next.
Yep.
One comment I wanted to make is that when I mentioned earlier this morning that you know, we get supplemental PDFs from vendors in addition to the C-CDAs, and one of the things that is most commonly missing that's in the PDF but is not in the C-CDA is surgical notes or op notes, especially from office visits. And in my head, my first thought would be that you know, it should be a section if it's an office procedure inside the whatever you're using for the day, progress note or whatever. If it's in an emergency room, I mean, if it's in a facility, it feels like the way documents are done when you look at a patient's chart, an operative note is a separate document. It's not incorporated into, you know, it's a part of the chart, but it's not incorporated into, you know, another document. but so I see those two as kind of different. The emergency department note, to me, that's just part of whatever an emergency department note generates today. I'm not sure which note it comes in on, actually.
Yeah,
off the top of my
emergency
head.
department systems are, I mean, are they generally part of the same
No,
system? Right. Yeah,
not
they're
always. Yeah.
often they're a
they-
completely different vendor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, I'll say you see both, right? Like some of the large enterprise EHRs have an ED product, but it's not uncommon to have a separate, as Rochelle mentioned, a separate product. I see Matt.
Yeah,
just went up this Matt.
yeah, just really briefly. One thing was the operative note in a clinical environment, just kind of maybe, I don't know, circa 2014. It was definitely a separate document, more on the lines that Gail was talking about. I usually saw it in that shape, but talking about now and what John Demore mentioned, for the FHIR and C-CD alignment, if I'm taking my scope knowledge and thinking about inferno testing and the way they use clinical notes in order to use document reference to kind of reference those clinical notes. Those notes can either be an actual document or they could be base 64 of the text from a document. And so I was just curious, can it support both like some of the other clinical notes already do? Would it be a bad thing to support the document form as well as inside of a section option? Or are we trying to choose between the two?
I don't think we're ever going to say you cannot do a full, if someone has the full operative note with the appropriate sections and has formatted that properly and meets the rules of the operative note, I'm not sure I would ever say you cannot do that. That's not allowed. But we haven't, folks haven't come and this is where the sheep, people haven't pressed us on that, but maybe it's because we haven't promoted that. So I think where we sit is we have to give guidance to go kind of left or right here. And I think there's not, I guess I still struggle with like, how do we promote individual CDA document types when we haven't had good uptake? And is it because we don't have good uptake because we haven't promoted it? I don't know. But I see Lisa's hands went up. I know Lisa thought about this a lot.
Yeah, and I'm probably one of the only people who have begged for you to take on representing documents in US Core. If you think about it, Brett, over 700 million documents are shared today, right? Something 8 billion documents a year. The document paradigm drives interoperability in the United States today. It's what we have, and it's what we would need to move from as we're moving towards FHIR-based exchange. But even FHIR-based exchange, the number one thing you can do is request a document. And so I don't know, I don't understand the reluctance to acknowledge the absolute thing that we do to drive interoperability today. Why we're like, it's like the elephant in the room. Why are we not talking about it? Why is it not made clear in USCDI that there are clinical notes types that are documents, and they might have notes inside of them, but just explain that.
Yeah, and I think that taking Lisa's comment one step further is, I feel like the addition, the moving away from the document in the standards world has driven the change in the clinical, or at least maybe that hasn't changed the clinical flow at all, and it's just what the IT people do in the background to send it in whatever form that the standards world has said they now have to send it in.
But Gabe, what will people sign? I mean, you got to think about the lawyers. You have to think about the context of the story being told. You can't just send little bits and pieces of data. No one will be able to make sense of it on the other side.
And then one last thing in this is the Link Documentology Committee manages document codes, and they have a huge number of people that aren't involved in standards at all that come and request different document codes for their documents and their document management system. I know Lisa's, I'm peripherally involved in that, but Lisa's very involved in that. So she's getting, you know, input from non-HL70 people in the document world. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm happy to go to Rochelle if you want to respond, but I also have some thoughts.
Just real quick, the when we came to USCDI V1, anyone creating documents already and providing them, we did do a document. Like if we were advised to follow the standard and create that document in the CDA standard. And so the concept of when these notes are created in the test tools, you make people do notes they don't even have when you put it in the CCD, right? And so they're creating sections just to pass the tool. And we need to be really careful with the EHR stuff, the ER stuff for this. If you don't create the note, they don't know what to put in it and it becomes mandatory. Whereas if it's a separate document, ONC could say this document is only required for, but everyone has to ingest it. But not everyone has to create it. And I think that's a really important point to share.
Yeah, agreed.
I guess, I get stuck. So Lisa, I just pulled up the requirements of the operative note, right? And so if you go in the requirements of the operative note, and I know we can wave our hands a little bit about some of these are sections are optional and some are required about, but we have a whole bunch of like estimated blood loss, specimens taken, diagnosis, fluid, surgical. So there's all kinds of these very detailed kind of requirements for the operative note document. And I think where we may have missed the boat on some of this is that the level of requirements to be compliant to some of our documents was a pretty high bar. And we didn't have a clear way of like, this operative note is part of this broader encounter, right? Like maybe like we didn't have kind of, I don't think our story is complete in terms of how you tie this all together, which is where I think we fell back to, hey, actually a lot of these notes are narrative. We need a place to send them. And I guess I would look to Matt to kind of help maybe close us out of this, and that, you know, epic to epic exchange has been going on since 2005, 2006. And they made a conscious choice. They had to have made a conscious choice somewhere along the way to say, and Benjamin, you can rewind Benjamin because Benjamin worked there at the time too, is like, there had to be a decision to say, you know, is it beneficial to our clinicians to include a separate document type for this stuff, or do we embed it in the encounter? I don't want to pretend that this was, I don't want to wave our hands and say this was just standards folks trying to meet certification. We did talk with that team, and I'd love Matt and Benjamin to share your experiences within Epic and how you guys made that choice.
So as far as our decision to put notes in documents instead of like create different document templates goes, that just comes down to the fact that, you know, essentially every note in Epic is a separate record in our database. And so when we're generating a document, like typically our process for each section is, you know, you're generating like procedures, you loop over all the procedures, pull them in. Same for allergies, you know, everything. And then you get to notes and it's like, okay, well, let's loop over all the relevant notes a patient has for this encounter, pull them in, and, you know, we can bucket notes by different types, you know, operative notes, CD notes, whatever. And so that's sort of how it just led to like it feeling the most natural for us to take that approach, as opposed to saying, let's do something entirely different here and like make an entirely new document for every note or every kind of note or anything like that. Another thing I want to note is that we do actually kind of have like a little bit of limited support for the C-CDA operative note document type. It's not very widespread though, and it's really kind of thing that we mostly did one-off because somebody was asking for it. So I think like we have some customers that have like specific operative note document based workflows, but they're few and far between and pretty limited.
Thanks, Matt. Well, this is the start of the conversation. So, you know, please continue to stew on this. I do like the comment about, you know, now that the C-CDA FHIR project has published, to always keep that project at least in the back of our mind. Okay, the next item on our list here is immunizations. I don't know if we have a lot to say on immunizations. If you were to look inside there, there's not a requirement, but sequence characters representing a specific quantity of manufactured material within a batch. If you go to our immunization medication information model here, underneath the manufactured product, there is this thing called lot number text. And so this may be one of our, I don't want to call it a freebie, but a relatively straightforward one, in that we can just add the USCDI indicator here, and life is good. Any comments, questions, or thoughts on lot number? All right, we'll go into the next one on laboratory here. So this is this test kit unique identifier. So a code representing the collection of materials necessary to perform diagnostic tests. I see Dr. Taylor's hand went up.
We go back to lot number for a second.
Oh, yeah.
So I kind of another question for everybody to contemplate is we built this as a data element within the immunizations data class. One of the questions that we asked is, should this also include, should it also be applicable to the medications data class, which is, as most people know, many medications have lot numbers associated with them. With implementation, it would be a USCDI lot number. So the medication or medication, I'm not sure which medication resource in FHIR, but whether or not it would be, if it should be, would it be appropriate to have medication lot number be also required as part of as a way to conform to USCDI. And we got a fair amount of feedback on that, and other people may have some thoughts on whether or not it should be designed that way. Coming up, if HL7 wants to stretch some and go above and beyond what USCDI does, that is not unprecedented. I just wasn't sure what people thought. They had opinions on whether or not lot number should also be added to medication.
So another way to phrase that might be, and this may be a leading statement, but lot number is always captured when you are documenting immunizations. Or originally, like down the road and historically, it may be harder to retrieve. But so, I don't think we can make it an absolute requirement, but I'm not so sure that the same is true conversely with medications. And so my question is, do you folks on the phone, when you have typically, or your systems document medication administrations, or orders, are you documenting the lot number?
Yeah, Epic does not.
Yeah, there is already a place, because you share the same kind of aspect of the use of material in CDA for the immunization versus substance administration on the medication, or on the medication side of things. So it's easy to document the lot number if you've got it for medication. It's very similar to immunization, but I'd agree that it's probably not tracked nearly as much.
Okay, thanks, Al. Do you want to speak about, since you hyped up right in the middle of lab test kit identifier, I can't help but nudge you to speak a little about this one too.
So we have we asked, can you go back to the
Go back where, Al?
24-1, because we did ask what I would kind of point everybody to is the questions that we asked. The questions that we asked in the standards bulletin. You know, there's a different way of looking. You know, you could look at this as like, how might you implement this? If you were to implement this, would this be just a modifier of lab result or modifier of a something like that? Or, you know, then we go back to the feasibility. That's the primary question that we asked in the standards bulletin. There was yeah, so utility and practicality of adding this particular data element to USCDI, to the lab results. I know that a lot of folks put a lot of value in the test kit identifier to identify possibilities where test results may not be comparable because test kits were different, and that's the differences might be more than simply different reference ranges, or so the reason that this was added was because of the need to add comparability between lab results, and so we're sifting through feedback, and a lot of folks on this call have submitted comments on this data element, you know, we've already gotten those comments from everybody, whether or not the discussion is around how might you implement this, how might you model this, versus, you know, feasibility of adding it, or value of adding it.
Sure.
Al, I have a question, which is just, is this, so this is specifically like a unique identifier, not to a brand or a manufacturer, but like to a specific test kit, which would be, you know, globally unique from any other test kit?
Yeah, so test kit is one of the devices, one of the regulated devices that under, you know, the FDA's UDI program. It's, as of 2022, basically all regulated devices of all classes were required to be labeled with a UDI, with an FDA UDI, regardless of whether it was a pacemaker or you know, a reagent kit for a Chem 7. So where there's a regulated UDI, which is basically every the new test kits pretty much all have labels with UDIs on them now. And this is, but not strictly, very much not just test kit. There's instrument UDIs, and then there's a UDI for every other implanted, applied, assistive devices out there.
So for this particular data element, it is test kit though, right?
Yeah.
And but also test kit, I think you said before, is broader than the, you know, my COVID test or my at-home pregnancy test, right? You're saying that labs also use test kits that.
Yes. Yeah, labs. So even though they have like a dedicated machine, there are reagent sets that are used, that you know, there's kits involved with antibiotic sensitivities. There's reagent sets that there's reagent sets for a lot of different things, and those have, they are unique identifiers. There's also other things like name, manufacturer, lot number, production identifier. There's lots of other things besides this, just the strictly UDI, that can identify the test kits. But to identify them uniquely, the only thing that's going to identify a test kit uniquely is the UDI that it carries.
Thanks, Al. So this is, you know, we'll have to see how this progresses I look forward to seeing how ONC responds to the feedback. One of the things we kicked around a little bit of it is like, how do we use the existing UDI organizer? We have a pretty robust model for exchanging that today. It was built primarily around implantable devices. But the very early thought was, how do we embed a entry relationship from either the result observation or the result organizer to that UDI organizer? So we'll see. I don't know, folks. I know we have about 25 minutes left. I want to make sure we get the others, but just want to see if anyone has any strong reactions to that of trying to reuse that UDI organizer.
Yeah, and I would just, display that again, and then just so people on the call realize that this is what had to be done. I mean, this are all bits of the UDI, right? So, but in order to satisfy the UDI folks and to properly represent that, we had to divide it up into all these different components and send them separately. So it's pretty detailed.
Not necessarily send them separately, Gabe, because a single combined UDI can be parsed into a DI in 5 different PIs.
If you were involved in the original discussions, Al, and how hard we tried to do that, you would maybe rethink that.
Well, and I wasn't, so maybe that's I'm probably lucky.
I appreciate your reaction, Al. That is still my reaction. But this is one of these things that we've had to redo. So I guess it'd be a
it was a good idea. I tried
hard to try and send it as one item.
We tried hard. Okay, so I'm going to move to medications here. The request on medications is around route. If you want to look at the current design of medication activity, so we're in the medication activity model, substance administration. We do have a route in here. We have the code. The current binding right now is a requirement to SPL with a preferred binding to a secondary value set. I can open it up, but you can, just so folks can see it, but this was the one with the SNOMED concepts in it. The requirement from ONC's vocabulary is that if you look at their table, that the vocabulary requirement is to use SNOMED. So one of the questions that we kicked around a little bit is what would be, it's relatively straightforward. So this is the SNOMED value set. It's relatively straightforward for us in the design to say, hey, folks, stick with the pattern you already have of SPL in the root, and then we'll change this to kind of a requirement to include the translation. But wanted to see what folks thought about, like, what if we just, how dangerous is it if we drop the SPL requirement and move SNOMED into the kind of primary slot?
Don't do it.
So what about medication in the required binding and SPL as optional? Is that still a bad thing? I know SPL is widely used, but medication route is becoming, SNOMED is also becoming more used. But anyway, definitely interested in what your thoughts are on that, John, because you've certainly seen more real documents than probably any of us.
Well, it's not bad, and there's just a lot of systems that could be using it. I don't know a lot of systems that necessarily do rely on it, but a lot of systems that could be using it, and it came first.
But yeah, SPL you're talking about, yeah.
SPL for it, and it's just like removing it and then just subbing in medication route for SNOMED, which there's a lot of good reasons to do that. From if you were starting afresh, just start in SNOMED for it, but it seems like you would just be causing a lot of churn and potentially breaking things without kind of knowing it. Because it's actually one of those, it really was not badly populated. It was like one of the better, I don't want to say it's perfect, no data element's perfect for it, but it was a pretty useful data element to get around.
So you're saying whatever you do, don't drop SPL, but I wasn't sure I heard a strong statement about whether
I think moving SPL out of the primary row code element would just cause a lot of I think it could break more things and be more helpful.
Gotcha. So you're saying keep it as it is.
Yeah. And if you want to strengthen the translation, that sounds totally reasonable. But
And you don't think that would cause undue burden also? So that means people that currently.
I'm not an implementer, so I'm not good at talking about undue burden, but I think for that.
Okay.
Thanks, John. I see Al's hand up.
Again. So just as a reminder, I think we've gone through this multiple times in the past, but when what ONC means when we put the applicable standard as SNOMED, what that means is that systems will be able to have to exchange SNOMED for route for certification purposes. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't use SPL, but it would mean that they would have to be able to exchange route using SNOMED. For testing, at least.
Al, can you take a minute to talk? This is not intend to be like
saying don't remove it, don't remove SPL, but the practical impact of having SNOMED only is that only SNOMED will be tested for certification.
Did you guys do an analysis on that? Again, not meant to be a poking question, but serious question. Did you guys do an analysis to say SPL doesn't meet your need, and that was the reason for selecting SNOMED here?
Sorry, I missed everything after. Did you do an analysis? My screen is frozen.
Sure. So to pick a vocabulary requirement that is different than something we already have existing required in one of our standards, that seems like a big decision to make. How did you I don't know the answer. Is SPL deficient in some way that made ONC put SNOMED as the only option here?
It was we have, as we said in the past, we have a preference for using some of these standardized terminologies, like, and I know that SPL is a standardized terminology, but we have a tendency towards selecting SNOMED and similar widely used vocabularies. It's possible.
Oh, I think you're breaking up, Al.
Standards in the past, and so I don't know if we're seeing if we will see comments to that effect. Whether or not the recommendation was to use SPL or use SPL instead of SNOMED as an applicable standard remains to be seen. But that's a very valid point that John brings up, and understand that if it's widely implemented already, there's an impact of changing it to also require something new and not maybe as widely implemented.
Or maybe ONC can entertain the option of having it be or.
Yeah, and having two would mean you would have to at least use one.
Right.
Unless sometimes we require both, like CVX and NDC. Sometimes we require that for for immunizations. We require both because of historical and current uses. But yeah, having two listed, it would be or, but you have to be able to show at least one.
Yeah. And given that, I mean, SPL is, as John was hinting, is quite widely implemented.
Specifically for route and probably for others.
Right. Route.
This is Jim Greer again. I just want to make a comment about when there's an and or an or. When we look at what we're doing in the specialty data type, a lot of times our discussions are centered around creating a document. But when you're centering on the real value of these documents is what you receive on the receiving end. And on the receiving end, when you put an and or when you put an or, it means the receiving end has to support both. right? Because if the other end did one and you don't support it, you can't receive and process the document the right way. So I just wanted to point that out. When you give a choice on the creation, you're making it mandatory that everybody do both of them on the receiving end.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, and it's an interesting one here in that we already have required the SPL in the standard. And so, you know, if you're a receiver, you may just continue to process. If ONC sticks with this requirement, you may continue to just process the SPL and ignore the additional work that the servers do. But I should be careful. You know, I'm assuming there's some value that the SNOMED terminology provides that I'm not familiar with. So maybe you do both at that point. So, all right, I'm going to move us on to observations. There are two new data elements here. Advanced directives and sex parameter for clinical use. I think we have a few experts on the line on advanced directives. I don't know. We looked at the advanced directive observation because that's you know, maps nicely, but I don't know if Lisa or Maria or you know, if you've thought about this data class that you want to kick this one off.
We put a lot of comments in on this to ONC already, and some of them start in the same place as where we were having the conversation about clinical notes. But as a data class, advanced directives encompasses not just the data, you know, the observation, but the first place that we really need to start is with the kind of documents that are used to represent some kind of an advanced healthcare directive, whether it's the kind that are generated by patients, like a traditional advanced directive kind of living will or healthcare power of attorney kind of document, or a document, a directive that's created by a physician called a portable medical order, some kind of a provider authored document. We couldn't get away from this topic without reintroducing the notion that you need to somehow describe documents, explain documents in the context of all this. And then specifically, the advanced directive observation is, you know, statements that are made about people's advanced directives. That's how we're using them in consolidated CDA, that we have an organizer that allows you to group a set of observations to be about a particular document. And then the observations are the statements that are summarized by a practitioner who's verifying this outside content that has come into their system from a patient or from authored by a provider. And these advanced directive observations are the, you know, the culling process of pulling what is relevant and pertinent in the context of this encounter where I'm caring for the patient. So if you scroll down, you know, there'll be a lot of comments, both from everybody who's working in this space, MITRE, our company, my directives, I myself personally as an independent thinker, just, you know, there's a lot of feedback about this, and I wouldn't be surprised if ONC is not in a position of maybe refining this area. And you guys talk about there being some, you know, risk on doing designs too early. I would say that this is a place where a lot of feedback has been provided, and I would expect refined thinking to come out of ONC. And you know, maybe this is one of those ones that you wait a little bit longer to do more designs on.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, it's a gnarly, I mean, every time I hear advanced directives, I get a little nervous because I know there's a lot to it. So.
Well, don't be nervous, Brett. We're here to help.
Thanks, Maria.
Be not afraid.
Be not afraid.
I think the purpose of the advanced directive observation, and believe me, I was well schooled by the clinical professionals to make up, you know, the backbone of HL7 as an organization, because there's always different perceptions out there. But I think that what we have in-house within HL7 are the best and the brightest. This activation component, oh crap, I just pulled a document in through a query and I don't know if it'll hold water. Dang. All right, but I've got it and I've got to do something with it. So great. Let me call the person who is referenced as the designated healthcare agent. Great. So I've got this document on your mom and it says this and this, and it looks like it's, you know, properly executed and whatever, pick a number. It's 2 years old. Do you have any idea if this is how your mom still feels? Yep, I helped her do that then, and I know that it's consistent with what she still wants to have happen. Great. So that I've seen it, I have verified it or validated it or found it still to be authentic and true. That's the activation piece, because unless it's a doctor's order, you just can't get something through data exchange and say, well, yay, I'm going to go do that thing without having verified that it's active. It is outside the scope of licensure of any clinical professional to simply pull something in through the data exchange pipes and go, yippee skippy, I'm going to go off and do that right now. I'm not going to check with anybody. I love my risk management team. I hope they come down and chastise me properly. I mean, this activation component is how we go from liberating documents to actually activating them to be used and honored in a clinical setting. I hope that was a helpful description.
Yeah, thanks, Maria, and thanks, Lisa. I think this is a good one to put a pin in and say, well, we'll come back to it. We know there's gonna be more work to be done. On sex parameters, so I'm gonna move to sex parameter for clinical use. There is a guidance from Gender Harmony here. We have a few different things. There's a guidance in the FHIR spec and in the extension. There's the full project, and then there's actually a CDA piece. I think there are 2 parts in Gender Harmony that we can take a peek at here. I think I already downloaded this here. Give me a second. Hold up. So I have this up now. And I think the piece in here, like parameter. So, I mean, our thought was that it's really nice. There's prior work done, and this is the observation we would build on. I think one of the things that we struggled with on sex parameters for clinical use, and I'm gonna skip ahead for a second. Actually, I'm gonna get back to my page here so I can show it to you. Where did you go? So we're still in the observations class, but if you were to jump to patient demographics, there is also kind of a name to use, and name to use is straightforward. We actually have a good spot that in the header, but pronoun use, where people specify their pronouns. There's an observation inside the Gender Harmony Guide for both sex parameter for clinical use, and then there's also a template for pronouns. One thing, this is for folks who worked on the Gender Harmony project, it wasn't immediately clear for either of those where, I mean, sex for clinical use could go a whole bunch of places. And I don't know, in testing, do you folks have done any kind of demo or testing work on where they see this kind of commonly plugged in, or places that we should link this in as optional? And the same thing goes for the pronoun. So, we do have this nice new template up here, individual pronouns, but there's no guidance. And we actually went back into Trifolia and looked at where it's linked in. And we weren't sure, I guess I know, maybe look at Matt, since you're still here, Matt. I know Epic captures pronouns. Do you send pronouns anywhere today? Do you have like a demographic section that you drop them into?
I mean, we sort of have a demographic section. when we receive documents, render a bunch of info out of the header and like turn it into a demographics like pseudo section using the style sheet. We don't send a real demographic section anywhere though. And we do capture pronouns. We don't currently send them.
Brett, can I make a comment on demographics section?
Sure.
So, you know, way back when we still had ASTM, CCR, in the early days of merging CCR and CCD and the medical summary from IHE, there was a demographics section. And back then, patient or record target was a simple thing, you know. It wasn't as complex as it is now. And, you know, the decision that we made back then to kind of say, oh, we don't want to duplicate the demographic information that's already in the patient, so let's not put that section in. We lost it. But now we have a really big debate. And if you were a part of the gender harmony work, you'll know there was, I want to say 50-50 split on people who were arguing that these things needed to be represented as observations and carried in the social history section versus representative as additional more and more extensions added onto the patient resource. And I think that if we could consider reintroducing a demographics section, it could bring consensus among those divergent points of view, because they could, this kind of information wouldn't have to continue to be extending, you know, adding all these patient extensions, and there would be an obvious place. We wouldn't have to sort of clutter up social history. There'd be a spot where we could put observations like this that don't have to be carried on a patient record, but can still clearly be identified as demographic type information.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. So I haven't thought, you know, it's kind of early days for me on this. I haven't thought enough about the implications of doing that. So
We
I'm
did
not
think about it though.
But yeah, we did talk about it. You know, I don't.
It's definitely an interesting concept, and you know, there's definitely resistance, or you know, some people are really opposed to putting that in, you know, putting all this stuff in social history section. But I'd be curious if we did in CDA decide we should add a demographic section, what would be the corresponding paradigm in US Core? Just a category, or what that would be? We'd have to think about that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, that's something for us to all think about.
And
So-
one last thing that to ponder but not discuss right now is if you have a chance to look at the sex parameters for clinical use, it, you know, if we use that, use that directly, then you know, we have some implications on what about all of the other, you know, data elements that are sort of all brought together in sex parameters for clinical use. Or no, am I thinking of recorded sex or gender? Maybe I'm thinking that.
I think you're thinking of recorded sex or
never
gender.
mind.
But I wasn't comfortable answering for Rob McClure, but I do recall conversations that sex for clinical use was intended to be used in conjunction with like a procedure or a test, that you're doing something and you need to, in the context of doing that test or that procedure, treat the patient's sex as whatever, and that's where sex for clinical use got used. I'm not sure that you always, like, that you just broadly state the person's sex for clinical use. It's more like you're going in for a lung function test. We need to tell them that your lungs need to be assessed as male lungs, or you're going in for some sort of a blood test, and it would make a difference, like, because your score is going to come out different one way or the other. And so it's in the context of these clinical kinds of things that you need to have a different sex be considered in the way that the test is evaluated or that the procedure is done.
Yeah, that's at least that's what Rob would say. And in particular interpreted, the results interpreted. So the lab is performed, perhaps the lab, the procedure is performed differently, or interpreted differently, or has different reference ranges. And then, yeah, the sex parameter clinical use is used to interpret results as well.
Yeah. Well, so we have one more minute for this topic, and I'm thinking if John and team will allow us, I think maybe either later today or tomorrow, we could probably use another 30, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes to go through the remaining. But I'm not hearing anyone say like trying to use what Gender Harmony did is the wrong approach. We're thankful they've done this work. And we can pick up on orders if there is time on the agenda later today or tomorrow.
Sure, yeah, we'll see if we can find some slots for you. Thanks. Thanks, Brett and Gabe, for leading us through that. And next on the agenda, we have John Demore, who should be back. Stepped away, but he's not back yet. He said he would be back, and he's going to give us an update on the C-CDA to FHIR US Core Mapping project. He's not here. If someone has him on Skype, they could ping him.
Will do. Well, if you guys embrace documents as we're making progress with the C-CDA to FHIR work, you'd have a place to put your demographics section, and then you could make these observations and say that they're destined for a demographics section.
Right, John, back in just in time. We're just finished the last topic, and then now it's on to you for an update.
All right. Hello, everybody. And I don't think I'll take the full half an hour, but I'm happy to give an update on the C-CDA FHIR mapping project. Let me go ahead and just open up, share my screen here, and also get onto the page so I can easily walk things through for everybody here. All right. So for those of you who've heard me talk about this stuff before, there'll be a little bit of new stuff and a little bit of repeat for it. So hopefully we can orient everyone who hasn't been kind of following the project avidly for things. So just a little bit of context. This is the C-CDA to FHIR US Core Mapping project, and you kind of see that arrow. That arrow is very specific. Which is, it's not a one-way arrow, even though more of the focus has been on C-CDA to FHIR, it's a two-way arrow. So we're really trying to think about how these things can go to and from or bi-directional aspects of things for it. Just a really important thing up front, the content for this presentation was made by me. I definitely took input from the team. I actually got on the call with them earlier this week, and just had them actually edit a few things, and they added one or two slides at the end for it. Many other members of that team have been critical to the project for it. I don't have on the participants line open right now. Let's see, I can open this up for it. Benjamin's here. Huge call out to him for it. There's Benjamin. If you see other people from the C-CDA to FHIR mapping team that was on the line for it, please feel free to put them in the chat, or you can speak up as well too for it. But I'm not like the key person on this project by any stretch of the imagination for it. I certainly have helped them with the publishing aspect of trying to get this into the FHIR framework and get it up there so that it could be viewed and balloted and whatnot for it. But so many other people have been really critical to this project, so I really want to call them out. You're going to see their names on another slide, so I won't try to get them all right now for it. Lisa mentioned this earlier, which is how many C-CDAs are being exchanged. Since I started talking, it's like 200 a second. So you try to think about how many thousands have been since I started speaking just a couple minutes ago. Lisa said 8 billion a year. The number I heard last was 6 billion a year. It doesn't matter how many billion a year, it's a lot. This is a tremendous amount of data that's being exchanged on a daily basis in the United States for it. And to a lesser extent, I don't think that other nations are quite as high from a volume perspective, but many other nations have been using CDA exchange as well too. So not necessarily C-CDA. Part of this project, though, is to focus on C-CDA and focus on FHIR US Core and try to be able to connect the dots between the two of them. I do think that some of this does lend value to a more base CDA to FHIR mapping, but as you go to different CDA constructs and different FHIR profiles, there may be some things a little bit different there. So FHIR is a new focus for things. If you think about wanting to use all this data that's being exchanged on the wire today with also the new data that is also available, you know, we have people logging in with their phones. I had to jump away on another call to just talk about how to get FHIR data on my phone. So that's a quick call that I was on there for a few minutes for it. It's really, you know, you have to think about, well, are we going to try to do all of our analysis in FHIR or all analysis in C-CDA, or really what we need to do is be able to bring all the data back and forth, you know, whichever way we need for a particular project for it. So this project really approaches the C-CDA to FHIR. We had probably 6-7 different vendors that were involved with that, more that have kind of increased over time for it, but also backwards. Now the backwards of FHIR to C-CDA has had a little bit lower vendor support. I don't want to say that there's none. It certainly had Cerner or Oracle now. The VA and a few others have some interest in that for it. It's a little bit less tested. So you'll see actually kind of on the pages where we do the FHIR to C-CDA mapping in our publication, kind of have like a little bit of a note just saying, well, this isn't quite as robustly tested as the other one for it, but we are trying to do both ways for this. Of course, as everyone knows, FHIR is not C-CDA. C-CDA is not FHIR US Core. So there's a lot of differences, in content, terminology, structure. I go out there and, sometimes I put myself on a limb, which is people get upset when you say things like this, but 100% lossless translation is not possible for C-CDA to FHIR or FHIR to C-CDA. And the key caveat to that is using common constructs today. So if you just say, is all the data in C-CDA and FHIR? The answer is no. And is all the data in FHIR and C-CDA? The answer is no for it. But of course, you can use extensions, you can do other things, and you can start inventing and creating new templates that can make lossless translation possible. That said, we started this project and kind of early on just said that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to get 100% lossless translation. We're also not trying to necessarily map every data element that exists for things. Let's try to focus on things that are important, relevant, common, as a means to be able to do that, and not let perfection be the enemy of the good here for this project. So it was started. I wasn't actually involved when it was started. Lisa was certainly involved early on. Several others for things started in 2021 under cross group projects for things. So you can kind of see some of the original stuff there for it. The project ended up merging with a prior project as well, which is C-CDA on a FHIR. I don't say the project merged, but the publications actually ended up getting merged for it. C-CDA on FHIR had previously grown out some Argonaut work that Brett and others have been involved with, and we'll see a lot of authors here as we click into the guide for it. Benjamin, since you're here, anything you want to add in terms of the why around this?
I mean, it's been asked a lot, so and I think the idea is that there were a lot of people doing it their own way, and we wanted to have some consensus because when everyone does it their own way, everyone does it differently. Mm-hmm. As we've seen through this project, when we get, and I assume you're gonna get into that about how we did it, but when everyone submitted their own transforms, then we said, okay, well, let's see what we did the same and what we did differently.
Yeah. So lots of people involved in this. Again, I really don't want to take too much credit because I really think that it's all the other people that get most of the credit for actually doing the work around this. Jay, Natalie, Chun, Ken, Catherine, Bill, Benjamin, Brett, Gay, Jean, Sajad, Christopher, Lisa, Deb, and really we have a few other people that we need to add on here that have just joined in the last few months for things as well. So these are authors kind of that newer work for the C-CDA to FHIR mapping aspect of it, and then just a couple of the vendor names. The ones at the top aren't like more important necessarily for it, but they're the ones that kind of offered up some of the actual transforms when we were actually getting started with this work, and actually did kind of we were able to collect a bunch of samples. I'll talk a little bit about the methodology for how we did this in just a slide or two. So what have we done so far with this project? Well, I mentioned 2021 is when it gets started for it. The first Connect-a-thon was in September of 2022. So not that long ago, less than 2 years. And really what happened in late 2022 and early 2023 for it is that we got that feedback that, hey, you're going to do all these things. We'd started on spreadsheets. We talked about putting this in a FHIR publication for it. And the goal was don't do a new publication, merge this with some of the prior work with C-CDA on FHIR. Now, the original work for C-CDA on FHIR was really around the composition and how to be able to create a C-CDA FHIR-like document for things, not to be confused with what John presented earlier today, which is really true C-CDA, just using the FHIR publishing tools or Structure-Definition publishing tools. But what happened is that there was kind of stub work that was done, or original kind of work that was done on the mappings of individual entries and templates and sections there, and we just really kind of started to fill that in. January 2023, another Connect-a-thon out in Henderson, another one in May 2023. I didn't lead any of these Connect-a-thons. I participated for a couple hours in each. I was leading other tracks for it. So Chun Lee was kind of one of the leads for it. Benjamin Jay, I think, also kind of led parts of it. There's been lots and lots of people that have been involved with the Connect-a-thon tracks for it, but it's continued through January, and now we're going to have another one in May of this year. So I'll have some call outs there at the end just about it. For those of you who will be at the working group meeting and the FHIR Connect-a-thon in Dallas, there'll be more work that's done on this. The original ballot for this was in May 2023. And our original ballot was not everything that could possibly be done, but we wanted to say, all right, we've circled a reasonable amount of work that we did for PAMI, problems, allergies, medications, immunizations, as well as patient. Kind of need to have that demographic information, also procedures. And that took about 9 months to go through the feedback that we got for that. And we just published this a few weeks ago. So now it sounds like, oh, 1.2, how many other versions did you have previously? Remember, we merged with that C-CDA on FHIR work, which is part of how we get to the 1.2 as part of a publication aspect of things there. All right. The STU, this is not a normative ballot, but here were the vote totals. We had 73 affirmative for it. We had 14. We tried to really address everything that was there for the negatives for things, but not everyone obviously goes back when you send out that email to retract for it. But we thought this was great that we actually got a lot of feedback. Sometimes you publish these things and they just kind of are, it's very quiet and you don't know whether you did something right or wrong for it. Hope maybe you did everything right and nobody has any issues for it. But we had about 134 JIRA issues that we got that arose during the ballot or shortly thereafter. And we really did take most of those in, with over 60% persuasive with mod. Of the 40% that weren't, I think at least 10 or 20% of them were just duplicates too of other ones that were persuasive for it. So we reached publication on March 12th, 2024. Now, many of you may say, is this the end? And the answer is no, it's not the end of publications. We want to do more than just the what we call PPAMI there, but we wanted to get started with a meaningful set, and that was great that we were able to get that out the door. So how do we actually approach the work? There were two real I think complementary approaches to this. One is that you can have an abstract big think. I could kind of get David here from looking at things, and maybe no, this is not David. This is the thinker, isn't it? I can't remember which one this is. Someone who is better with art can tell me who the sculptor and the actual one is. I think it's Le Penseur, but I can't remember who made it. Anyways, the abstract mapping of fields for looking at going through CDA and looking line by line at all the different attributes and things that are available for it and saying, all right, does this exist in FHIR? Where would this be? And really some of that work started at CDA, and then obviously we layer on top of that things that are required in C-CDA for it. And then we look at all the fields in FHIR and we try to kind of do the same thing so you can get a spreadsheet that goes back and forth. Those spreadsheets ended up being very, very large, very, very quickly, as you might imagine. But in addition to those spreadsheets, we also had I like to have the dirty jobs guy, the guy who kind of gets his hands like right down in the goop and kind of says, oh my gosh, what's going on down here for it, and cleaning stuff out for it. We got dirty with examples for things, which is kind of what Benjamin was alluding to earlier. When you have 5 vendors who are supposed to take the same document in C-CDA and turn it into FHIR, you shouldn't be surprised when you end up with 5 different versions of that. And we did. Some of them we converged pretty quickly on, but some of them we actually had some pretty animated discussions around what was the best way to do this. So can I get a little bit of show here of some of the diff tools and things that we did for it. for looking at this. So we kind of have these two complementary approaches kind of come together to actually result in what we actually end up putting online here for it. So our current publications out here, we're going to look for it in just a second. I'll probably stop and just see if there are any questions before I jump into that in just a sec here. Our current build is also here, so you can see that as well. These slides are on our agenda page, so you can actually go navigate these links after I'm done speaking as well. The current state, obviously, is we had PAMI and patient procedures kind of all done in that first batch for it. We do have a branch. It's not been merged into our current build yet, probably will be soon, but we've started work on encounters, notes, results, and vital signs actually kind of after the last, after the ballot, basically those are things that we kind of queued up as priorities as kind of a next wave of work on here as well. We do have some other ones, talk a little bit about provenance here in just a sec for things. So one more slide before I go jump into a little bit of the web for it. I mentioned that this merged. So what you'll do is when you go to C-CDA, you'll see the C-CDA on FHIR. And like a lot of this stuff is going to not necessarily the IG home and the table of contents and the background and specification. That is really not the mapping work that was done. What we did is we basically created a new tab and we called it mapping. We do have a note right there in the front of the publication, so you can see that as well with our 2024 publication date for it. But basically says that, hey, if you're looking for the mapping work, stay in the mapping page for it. Otherwise, there's a lot of other stuff here that we haven't fundamentally touched. We kind of had to fix a few errors from a FHIR validator perspective for it, but really haven't done a thorough review of that other material as well. And frankly, I think that this other material might converge very nicely. As many of you may know, there was some work that's going to be funded by HL7 to do some work on bundle and composition to align CDA and FHIR for things. So excited to kind of see where that goes for it. Under the mapping tab, you'll see background, which gives a little bit of context for project and the participants. Two ways, so all of our CCDA to FHIR mapping and FHIR to CCDA mapping, and then each one of these kind of has multiple clinical domains. The structural guidance. The structural guidance is kind of like the themes that repeat. Like, you're going to be mapping a code to, and code system, you're going to be mapping to code and system in FHIR over and over and over again. Same thing with IDs to identifiers, all these types of things. So we really came up with some structural guidance, which were kind of these concepts that repeat and really are applicable throughout many sections. And we link to that structural guidance from each one of our kind of individual mapping ones so that we don't have to repeat ourselves again and again and again how to do this stuff. Then we have some concept maps that are terminology, so it allows you to navigate some aspects of the terminology between CCDA and FHIR. Now, people who look at that will notice there are things like maps loosely to, is broader than, is narrower than. There are some issues with some of these maps, as we kind of said as we went on. And then we do have a section that just kind of has known issues as we've listed here. So I'm going to go over to the website here in just a sec, but Rodan, yeah, see, John knows this stuff. I'm looking at the chat here. John knows the actual thing. Thank you so much, John, for being the culturally erudite among the group for things. Questions that anyone has before I kind of just jump into the guide here? I am going to make time for questions at the end as well too. I always say dead air on the radio sounds really bad. So I try to give 7 seconds flat thoughts here for it. Okay. So here's our homepage. We're going to go to mapping. And, again, if you go to background, you'll hear a little bit about, what we did and some of the limitations around this for things. But let's go click into one of these guys. Pretty narrow page here for it, but we, I'll zoom in so it's a little bit more visible for people online. Looking at allergies, immunizations, medications, patients, problems, procedures for it. I think that the one that I had in the slides is immunization. So I'll just click here on that one for it. I'll zoom out just a tad here for it. What you're going to see in each one of these things is just a little bit of header information, but then fundamentally the first thing you're going to have is just a table. This is just a markdown table for those wondering how we actually did this with the IG publisher for it, that has XPath for how to access the data element on the left, and then just kind of uses a dot notation for where that goes on the right. So, just picking off one of these easy things here for it. Oh, well, dose quantity, which obviously is within the immunization activity substance administration of C-CDA, goes to dose quantity and FHIR immunization. Now, nice thing at the top here is you've got links. So we can go ahead and open up this in a new window, and that's going to go over to, hopefully if it comes up here, immunization activity in the C-CDA logical model. This is not, this is not FHIR. This is going back. It's the structure definition presentation of it. but it's the C-CDA and the logical model. And then also we have our FHIR. This will go over to our US Core FHIR immunization profile. So we can actually kind of see what we're trying to actually map across here. And then, of course, when you're doing something like dose quantity, you'd say, well, how do you do something like look between CDA and FHIR for how dose quantity, or CDA coding to FHIR codable concept for it? I'll pick one of the ones here for codable concept, just because I can probably talk about that one a little bit easier. This will go back to our structural mapping page, or structural kind of background page, and goes to, hey, if you have to go from, excuse me here. If you have to go from C-CDA to FHIR codable concept, here's how you go that way. If you have to go from FHIR codable concept to CDA, here kind of like how you go this other way for some of the considerations for it. So this talks about like some of the things that you might need to do. So like when you're looking at the code, well, that's just going to be encoding.code. But when you're looking at the code system, you're going to go encoding.system, but it requires a mapping OID to URI or adding a URN OID prefix for things. So you might have to read all about what does it mean for mapping OID to URI for it and say, when you get something like LOINC, which is 2.16840.6.1, you can't put that with a URN prefix in FHIR. You're going to need to go ahead and just translate it over to HTTP LOINC, http://loinc.org. All right, so that's a little bit of what we got here in the table. So the table is where we spend most of our time actually kind of having discussions, talking about for it. We do have illustrative examples here, and what these illustrative examples are is basically just something that will be a little bit highlighted. And so you can kind of see this is not a tool that does any transformation for it, but it allows you to show how the data on the left goes into the data on the right, even though it's not exactly the same data. So you'll notice here, like the effective time 2010-08-15 turns into 2010-08-15, because obviously FHIR kind of has a different date format. But you'll be able to see like our CVX OID.292 turns into our system here for things. So we made this kind of available as kind of one of the tools that we did when we did this work. And then you can actually link out to that content. That's just an image, but if you want to get to the actual stuff to copy and paste it, you can go ahead and do this. Like we can go here and you can actually just go and grab all the actual XML for things. And that is most of what there's there for all of these guys. And then similarly, all of these guys going from FHIR to C-CDA. We kind of already went over a little bit of the structural guidance, which basically tells you about how to do these types of maps. That is kind of repeated across sections. Terminology maps, this is kind of concept maps. These are more properly structured in FHIR as a concept map. So you can kind of pick one of these guys to say, hey, if you've got I'm trying to think about a good one to do here quickly. Severity observation to reaction event severity. This one's a pretty easy one where it has equivalent for the 3 carats for it. So that one's a pretty neat map for it. But of course, we have ones like null flavor to data absent reason, which have a lot that are not easy and not necessarily completely equivalent for things. All right, in my last few minutes here, I'm going to go jump back over to presentation view. So this is our example. We went over a little bit of some of the things in the immunization section. We went over one of these illustrated mappings. Actually, I showed here, it was fun. I showed actually the patient, because everyone talks about, oh, well, FHIR is just so simple and C-CDA was just so bloated and complex for it. And it's like, here's your patient in CDA on the record target. And sorry, if I showed here the record target on the left here, and here's your patient resource in FHIR for that same information for it. I don't know if we're actually a lot more compact for when we get over to FHIR. So anyways, if you want to use this tool is available online. I just host it right now, so it's not doesn't really store or do anything for it, but essentially you can go to ccda.online, you can actually do that. And if you want to load an example, I will put an example here for you, and then it will do some of the highlighting between the two of them for you. So fun to play around. I showed this at, I think, an IAT probably a year ago when we originally developed it. We've updated a little bit since then. Here are some of the examples for IDs to identifiers that were from the structural guidance. Again, all this is part of the guide, so I'm not really going to review this in depth. You can go take a peek at it. Terminology concept maps. Here's our fun one here for no flavor to data absent reason. So just a lot of things where NI maps loosely to unknown. But unknown maps to a wider concept of unknown. This is a little bit tricky as we're looking back and forth here. for things. At least I'm going to go. I'm going to go because I only have a couple more slides. I'm just going to get to the end, and then I'll kind of open up for questions here. One thing, this is totally stolen from Benjamin, is as you may know, CDA and what we put into our text sections, our section.text in CDA, is not what you put into a composition section or even a resource.div.text. So CDA markup is not XHTML, but there is a pretty easy path for doing most of the conversions from list and item to ULs and LIs and per paragraph and contents to div and spans for it. So you can get from here to there, but they're not the same. That's important to note because obviously we have a lot of narrative in C-CDA and we don't want to lose that as we go over to FHIR. And then you can kind of decide how much styling you want to do on top of that. The next steps for the project, and the last two slides here, the team will be at FHIR Connect-A-Thon 36. Again, I am leading another track, so I won't be active. I think they're going to bring me in for probably an hour as part of the Connect-A-Thon, but they've got a lot of topics and they're doing a lot of work. So what is some of the work that they're doing on? First, in addition to the new sections that I was kind of mentioning earlier, Ken Lord's doing some work on provenance. As you might imagine, provenance is a pretty big issue. We didn't map out things like the provenance resource at all in our initial work for it. So, interesting work to be done around that. There's gap filling to be done for it. So we know we're not done there, maybe more in social history. The beginning of the discussion around the documents and the header information for it and round tripping of this information. But during the Connect-A-Thon, which will be in person in Dallas on that Saturday, Sunday, going to have Ken Lord talk about some things for mapping and provenance, data quality impacts from Steve Eichner, e-case reporting. There's actually a lot of work that's being done right now around doing e-case reports and being able to take them from C-CDA to FHIR. So Sarah's going to present a little bit about that. Review of the mapping current status is kind of like a little bit what's here. They also are going to have me, I think, talk a little bit about GitHub stuff and just if you want to go and actually contribute to the standard. Deb and others will be participating from public health departments. We may have some things from CDA to V2 and Sequoia as well. So what happens after the next Connect-A-Thon is that we're going to continue to expand to other clinical domains, be flexible. I don't think that 6 months ago they knew that they were going to take up a lot with e-case reporting, but they have now started to take that up for it. And of course, plan to do additional ballots. I asked the team, just because I knew that people were going to ask, they're not ready to commit on exact timings for when the next ballot will be yet for it. This project really doesn't have a lot of big financial sponsors. So this has just been a lot of volunteer work, but I think it is high impact work because as Benjamin mentioned, everybody's doing this. We might as well try to do it relatively the same. Okay, I'm a big Monty Python fan, so what is your name? I'm John Demore. What is your quest to improve interoperability? And what is the airspeed velocity of unlead and swallow? We should
European or African.
That's exactly what you should say, John. Perfect. All right, Lisa, I think had her hand up first. So Elisa.
Oh, thanks, John. I first wanted to say, for you and the whole team who's working on this, standing ovation. We've been watching from the early days when this has started. You guys have been doing updates here, and the sophistication that this work has taken on in a very short amount of time is impressive. And with a room full of people from ONC, I can't miss the opportunity to talk about the value of the work today. Because I know you always end on the slide that's like, we're not funded, we're only started here, and we've got a long ways to go. But I think the real message is that the work that's already been done is really valuable. And the biggest problem that we're trying to solve here is the problem that you and Ben both mentioned, is that people are already doing this and it's creating chaos. And I challenge the ONC to think about how could they rapidly incorporate some of this early work into requirements for any vendor that says that they're doing translations between C-CDA and FHIR documents to say, well, as a minimum, then you have to demonstrate for us that for PAMPI, you do it the right way. Because if we can at least get others to come to the water and drink for these first 5 or 6 key areas that this work has been done in, they're forced to learn and appreciate what you really need to think about to do this right. And by demonstrating that they could do the right thing for PAMPI, we've actually taught them the core skills that if they went rogue and were working in other areas, they wouldn't just ignore the fundamentals and the principles that they would have already learned about what they have to think about to do it right for PAMPI. So I wanted to say this work is not finished, but it's very usable in its early state, and it could really help with the big problem, which is avoiding the chaos that will be created if a whole bunch of vendors go off and do translations in different ways.
Thanks, Lisa. I think I totally second the comment, and also, you know, again, credit the whole group, and thanks to everybody who's contributed as part of that.
Hey, it's Linda, John.
Linda, I see your hand up. I didn't know if anyone from ONC wants to say anything. That's kind of
We'll wait for a second then. Although I'm kind of jumping on the same bandwagon.
Yeah. If you're jumping on the same bandwagon, why don't you go first?
So in my world, we're converting both V2 and C-CDA to FHIR, and we can't wait, right? So we have to make decisions, and sometimes the things that clients want out of a V2 are oddities. They're not things that we would ever get to in, you know, in sort of the first 80-20 pass. And so you have to make those decisions. I do agree. One of the things that I lead internally a group that's working on this at our organization, so that at least we're doing it in a uniform way across our products. But and we have representatives that go to the V2 and V3, I mean CDA mapping to keep us in sync. But you know, it's just too slow, and I don't mean that any way derogatorily. I mean that everybody wants the data in FHIR today because payers have requirements around it, right? They have to share their data in FHIR for the CMS, and it's got to happen more quickly. I mean, if you want the uniformity, otherwise you got to make a decision, and you try to be as educated as you can, but you have to move forward.
Yes, Gay. No, I always like that. 9 pregnant women can't make a baby in a month. Nor 3 in 3 months. Kind of depends on how you do math there. All right. No, anything else? I mean, well, first, anything from.
But John, that example goes against scalability. Don't you think that this work is scalable? That if you did put more people funded on doing this work, that it could go faster?
Oh yeah, no, it could absolutely go faster. For things that I guess it is also, it's a testament that it is good that we went slow for this first portion of the work for it, but I think there's an opportunity to accelerate. I would speak for anybody else though. So I mean, it's more of like, you know, where there's interest.
Yeah, how fast do you want to have a baby, right? I mean, you know, you get a baby at the end, but then what do you get? So I mean, I hear Linda, right? And a lot of us do have to make some of those mapping decisions at certain points. We use the guidance that we currently have and kind of go from there. But having some guidance exists is, I think, the main positive takeaway. Because without it, I mean, you're just having a bunch of interpretations that you hope everybody else has the same thing.
Yeah, no, there's a significant amount of divergence right now for how people have approached these things, which honestly, I mean, it's been great to have the participation of a lot of different vendors, because it validates that concern. Things, but the quicker that we can move forward in other domains, hopefully, the less divergence we have in the future. I guess I went past my time. I didn't think I was going to use the whole thing.
Yeah, I was letting you go. All right. Any more questions for John? We are at break, so we do have a 15-minute break. All right. So 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:30, 12:30, 11:30, whatever time it is, wherever you are. And then Benjamin's going to talk to us about how that C-CDA guide. So it's kind of a follow-on to my presentation this morning of how the C-CDA guide was built, how FHIR validation works, and a preview of some Schematron validation. So that'll be interesting. So we'll be back in 12 minutes.
John, my mapping exercise yesterday was IN3. to FHIR.
Mm.
I heard your napping exercise.
Ah, I wish. I wish.
I heard
And
that too, and actually it probably.
I love the word art. Can we go back to the word art? That was kind of really cool. It was like as a picture. How do you do word art as a flower?
oh, that is cool.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. Did somebody
Nice.
did someone do golf a lot? Golf, 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 golf.
Sun was apparently very
I think Susan and I took this survey 17
Yeah,
times.
we
I
did.
think.
No,
Yeah.
no, it actually doesn't. It's one of those word arts that says how many times people have done it. It's just a pretty representation of all the different words. So
Will the one that we put words in for come out like a flower?
this is
I
the one
thought that's what it was.
This
is.
is the one.
Yes.
This is the one we
I
all
see a
put
few
words
of
in.
my
it.
words in there. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see IAT. Yep.
Yeah, there's IATs. I thought that was good. Rejuvenation. Nice. Golf. Yeah, that's good. Dave and I talk about golf a lot.
What tool did you use to create the flower?
Rachel, you gave us the what is it? Let me find it. Rachel gave it to us. I'll find it.
I may borrow it for things, maybe.
It's called wordart.com. Yeah, there we go.
And so you can take the results from the survey tool and just feed it in?
Well, yeah, you can feed it in by typing it.
Oh.
It didn't take long. It was really fast. And it's really
Wordart.com soon to receive a cease and desist from Microsoft.
yeah. It was pretty straight. It was easy to do. But also, oh no, geez, between starting this stupid thing and then sharing, apparently it's a few too many things in my little brain when I sit here and kind of don't do anything while you guys are talking important things. But I did want to show, these were the Rachel pictures that they were just in the chat before. So that's the one Rachel said she had all the blackberries on, which I'm guessing, like, we get blackberries here on the West Coast. You would probably do too, Gay. But wherever Rachel is,
Yeah.
blackberries are not as common.
Are not as much as a problem, you said?
Yeah.
Common. They're very
They're
common in the
horrible. I
Midwest.
mean, blackberries are delicious, but they're a horrible invasive plant in the West Coast.
Oh, gee. Our blackberries are black.
Well, they're not ripe.
Not ripe yet.
I'm just joking.
Not the only one, John. I didn't get it. I was like, I'm assuming they're just not ripe because I've never seen a gray blackberry.
You guys spend a lot of time outside, huh?
I was gonna say, on the one hand, he's a genius, and on the other hand, I don't know.
Hey, by the time we buy them, they're fresh and they're done. I don't know how it looks otherwise.
I live in Missouri and I grew up in rural Missouri, and blackberry picking season was a big deal. They grew wild and they, usually had to go to a remote place to find them, and snakes like blackberries too. And and they're very thorny plants. So you always got injured in picking them, but oh my gosh, that blackberry cobbler was worth it.
Yeah. That's
But
what
Rochelle, I'm assuming they ripen much sooner down there than they do up here, right?
I think she may be not on the call at the time. She may be in another meeting.
All right.
Okay. They hear blackberry season is definitely August when we do a lot of picking in August, but they're vicious bushes. But yes, and then the flower was all the words that people put in. So that was kind of fun. Thank you for doing that. We'll do some other polls. Just so you know, I probably didn't say this earlier, but it's all anonymous, right? I don't know who did what. So I don't want to know. It's not like there's no judgment here at all.
I can relate to the allergies portion though too.
Yeah.
It's my favorite season, but it's so bad for my allergies.
Yeah. Indeed. I guess I should have something else to do here, but nope, nobody else has given me any more pictures or anything. People must have pictures to send in, but we can share. Oh, I guess I do
didn't
name
pause the
names.
recording. Oh, well.
Sorry, Benjamin, what'd you
We
say?
didn't pause the recording.
Oh,
I'll
darn.
do that. Oh,
Good.
it's paused.
Thank goodness.
Okay,
for
now
edits.
we have to remember to start it back up.
No, that's okay. You can skip it.
Oh, that's why you wanted to shut off.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'm gonna have to put a couple of prompts into an AI app and see if I can get you some real wild but safe pictures to kind of show. Otherwise, I don't have anything. Spring here it's been kind of up and down, so I haven't been taking many pictures. I've been working harder than enjoying myself more. I need to balance that out a little bit.
So
All right.
Benjamin, I was curious how bad the storms were. I heard Iowa got quite a few really bad storms last night.
I mean, I did have power and internet issues this morning, but I think they're back up and running now. So I mean, around me, it wasn't too bad. And I haven't paid too much attention because I was just scrambling to get everything ready for this today. But
What part of Iowa are you in?
Northeast, Cedar
Oh, yeah.
Falls, yeah.
I think it was kind of the other corner that got the big lines of storms, right?
Maybe.
The south. Oh no, southeast.
Wilson wanted to say hi. He was just a puppy last time we got
Aw.
together.
Aw.
Hey there, Wilson.
Oh, there he is. Say hi. He grew up to be 22 pounds.
That's perfect.
How the guide was built, how fire validation works, and give us a sneak preview of maybe some new validation or some old validation that's coming back. I'll be stepping out in about 15 minutes. I have to go get set up for 24-hour blood pressure monitors. Jigginder will take over, but I'll be back. And anyway, hand it over to Benjamin.
Hello there. Yeah, every time I start screen sharing, my 4 screens all go wonky. So I'm just trying to reorganize some things here. Can you see a presentation, Chrome
Yes.
browser? Awesome. Yeah, so when I first saw the agenda and it said, demonstrate validation using a variety of tools, I sort of panicked a little bit because I said, oh, I was going to talk about how we did validation in CDA and, demonstrate the FHIR validator, but I'm not personally aware of other ones, but we did ask if anyone had their own versions of validators, but all I'm planning to demonstrate today and tomorrow is the FHIR validator, and like John said, maybe a sneak preview of Schematron that might be coming shortly. But so my plan for today is to start by describing some of the differences between the Trifolia conformance language and FHIR structure definition. So a bit more of what John did this morning, but with some more technical examples. Talk a little bit about how we built C-CDA 3.0 using fish, and some of the things that made that easier. And then dive into demonstrating how to use the Java validator from FHIR, and we'll do some live demos and go from there. So let's see. I should be able to move to next, right? All right, so I hope the decks are going to be available after this, because I try to put a lot of information on them that I don't necessarily need to read, but
yeah, they are. They're already actually on the page already.
Super, great. So starting with template ID, we've been talking about template ID a lot, and template IDs still exist in the structure definition. They actually were defined in two places before. If anyone's ever been in Trifolia, you had this field called long ID, which you would have to type in your template ID. And then you also had to create the conformance statement that says, hey, you shall have one template ID with this value or whatnot. In FHIR structure definition, it's actually the same kind of thing. There is this identifier field on your structure definition, which shows up at the top of the page, like other identifiers. Actually, if I just go over here to discharge summary, you can see it right there. But we also have the same sort of slice for the template ID. So it's similar that you have to set it up twice, but again, because we use fish, we just have one common way to do that, and it keeps them in sync pretty nicely. But otherwise, it is something that has to be maintained. The other thing to talk about with template IDs, if you're familiar with FHIR profile validation, normally you take a resource and you run it against a FHIR validator and you say, please validate this resource against that profile. And that's about it. You have to validate each individual resource itself. There is a way in FHIR. FHIR resources have a meta tag, and they, have a field in there that says what profile they are conforming to. I'm not 100% sure if the validators actually take that into account. Like if you send them a bundle and it validates everything, does it look at that meta tag, or does it just say, well, at least it's a FHIR bundle? For CDA based validation, we do actually use this identifier. So it works pretty similarly to Schematron, where you have a document. That document's got a template ID, the sections have template IDs, the entries have template IDs. And as it goes through the entire document, whenever it encounters a template ID, it's going to look up a structure definition based on this identifier value. And if it finds it, then it will apply those validation rules at that level. So it's kind of nice because you can, validate all the profiles at once. But that's just sort of demonstrating how this identifier is used. Of course, once you're in the profile and you're saying, is this thing a discharge summary? Well, there is also a rule that the discharge summary includes a template ID for, well, I guess in this case, discharge summary. So it's kind of a double requirement, but yeah, that is template ID. Let me see my notes here. Yeah, all right. So moving on to the next difference. Jean mentioned the invariants that we created for shoulds. In CDA, we have this sort of concept of may, should, and shall for conformance and requirements. In FHIR, it's either there or it's not. It's a 0 to 1 or a 1 to 1. It's required or it's optional. With the caveat that our terminology kind of does warning level when we say something should be selected from a code, a value set. We set that binding to preferred, and then when you run the validation, it will give you a warning if you use a different code. But all of the shoulds in C-CDA are not necessarily supported by FHIR. So what we did is we created those should level constraints. I'm going to keep saying invariants because constraint can mean so many different things, but in FHIR, they did rename this from invariant to constraint. But so we created invariants for every one of these shoulds, and Jean showed some of those, like in your discharge summary. should legal authenticator, should related participant. And if we look at the actual XPath, ooh, it's a big document. All it does is it checks whether legal authenticator exists. But the strength of that is a warning. So if it doesn't exist, it will fire, but it will say this is a warning, as opposed to, you know, you shall contain a vital sign organizer that, you know, throws an error. Next up, in Trifolia, we have this concept of primitive constraints. And so in Trifolia, you had your standard constraints, 1-to-1, 1-to-many. It shall equal something, it shall be a certain type. But then we had all these things called primitives, which were just handcrafted statements that, you know, didn't quite fit the mold. And in the PDFs and the guides, those look like conformance rules, but many times, if you looked in the thing that actually validated them, the Schematron, the rule was something like not tested here. And this happened in many of these cases. It either didn't show up in here at all, or it showed up with a not tested here. Someone would have had to manually build their own constraint XPath test for this. In FHIR, back. Okay. In FHIR, the invariants are sort of like these primitive constraints. They're extra rules, and it's the same thing. You can leave your implementation off, although the IG publisher throws a warning at you. And I will say that I believe 99%, if not all of our invariants in C-CDA 3.0 have implementations. So for example, this exact same one, 32890, shows up in, I don't actually remember what template this was. This would be a great example of how do we search for that conformance statement. But you know, here is the FHIR path for that says value exists or low exists, and they don't both exist. And there's often a number of different ways to write this. I think oftentimes we'll just say count of value and low equals 1. But in any case, it's testable. It throws the same errors. So that is what primitive constraints look like. And then the big one that if you're new to FHIR, this will take some getting used to, is slicing. And again, Jean mentioned what slicing is used for. It is mostly equivalent to in C-CDA whenever we said such that it shall contain something such that it meets these criteria. Previously in Trifolia, you know, if you had something like this here on the left, it was not really clear what this means. In this case, it's a may, so it doesn't really matter too much. But, you know, we've generally said the interpretation is the top level of shalls, which means that if you have a participant with type code ind, which is actually, this is the one that we found was wrong, but ignore that, and function code PCP and associated entity, once you're there, the rest of the rules under here must apply. So you can have another participant with a different type code, and you know, then you could use a different class code underneath it. But as long as you've got IND and PCP, your class code had better be provider and it better have an associated person. Again, this is hidden in the PDFs. It's present if you go into Trifolia. There's this branch root and branch identifier that would get tagged on these conformance statements and not these. But again, there was no way to see it. In FHIR, when you have slices, it has a thing called a discriminator. And you see that in this by string on any one of these slices. And that discriminator says, how do you identify what slice we're in right now? So in this case, there are two discriminators. It's the value of type code and the value of function code dot code. And so it's actually sort of saying, ignore this third shell here. As long as you have one of these two, the rest of the rules apply. In this case, I think associated entity is always a one-to-one, so that didn't really matter. And so how slicing works, in this case, on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about some of the different kinds of slicing. But in this case, both of these are values. So your definition has to have a fixed value or a required binding for each of these paths. So in this case, type code has a fixed value of IND, function code has a fixed value at code. So once those two are met, then FHIR knows, okay, I'm in this slice and I can apply the rest of these rules, like class code equals provider. Slicing is something we'll see a lot in validation, and it's actually one of the limitations that I personally don't like about validation, because you'll often see something, element doesn't match any slice defined by the profile, which in some cases is probably true, but in other cases, it's because that slicing identification is a little, I don't want to say broken because I'm being recorded, but I already said it. But so let me talk about how that slicing works. So again, if you know FHIR, this is kind of review, and also correct me if I'm wrong. These are sort of my understanding of them and how we've implemented them in C-CDA. I could actually be a little wrong, and I know Graham has corrected me a few times. The ones we use in C-CDA are value, type, exists, and profile. So value is like I showed on the last slide. It says, the value at a certain path must equal something in that slice. Type is an interesting one that I think we have some problems with validation, but this is where, if you know medication activity, we have two effective times. We've got the root effective time, which is a type of IVLTS, has low and high. That means when the medication starts and stops. We also have a second effective time that is of type PIVLTS or EIVLTS, and that is your frequency or your interval that the medication should be administered. And so when we're defining this in FHIR, we have to have some way to say, okay, you're going to see potentially two or more effective time elements, and the rules underneath that effective time differ based on what slice we're in. And what slice we're in is going to be based on the type. So we say you shall have a type that is IVLTS, and you may have a type. Actually, I will just go show this one right now because I think this one's important. So if we come down to effective time, and this is where sometimes I think oh no, I am on snapshot. Let's go to key elements. It still shows them all. Effective time, by default in CDA is this, we call it SXCM sometimes, but it's a GTS. And it, actually, I don't remember which of these is the general one, but these are the common times that you see. But so we say slices are sliced by type of this. So we have duration, which you must have one of. And because we say it's an IVLTS, that means you must have one of these effective times that is IVLTS. Once you're there, you follow the rest of these rules. Well, these are all 0 to 1, but we have some shalls and shoulds that, you know, again, come over from the old template and, you know, do some extra rules. Think about questions. I need to go speak to my family for 30 seconds. I'm back. The joys of a home office. So yeah, we've got the interval slice, but we also have periodic frequency and event frequency, which again are sliced by EIVL and PIVL. And the rules, again, from ye old days of C-CDA, is that either one of those has to have an operator with you know, A, meaning it's in, I think it means it's an intersection, but we can now click on this and just see what that means. Yeah, A is intersect. So great. There is also, goodness, I cannot click on the screen. There's also exists, which is a way to say if this element exists, then we're in that slice. It's not something we use very much, but let's see if we go to US Realm Header Informant. Ooh. Open by exists, related entity, and assigned entity. Right, so we have two different types of informant here. The provider informant, which uses the assigned entity element, and the non-provider, which uses related entity. Now that I see it, I'm curious why we even slice this, because we could just say you shall have one or the other, but it's that's kind of a good example of something that we see once we start bringing this into FHIR. We say, why did we make this complicated? Why don't we just say you have informants and you can use assigned entity or related entity? Anyway, the last type of slicing, and the most common one we use, is slicing by profile. And what I mean is, I'm going to go to, let's do our continuity of care document and our structured body, which has, you know, a bunch of components or a bunch of sections, and each of them have this different profile. Again, this is sliced, and so we say it's open by the profile at the section level, which now that component is sliced. Good. So the profile of section, which is, you know, medications or problem section or procedures, that determines what slice you're in. However, the way FHIR identifies that, well, how do I know the profile is medications section? FHIR says, well, does it conform to all of the requirements of this profile? Which means all of these requirements and all of these requirements and all of the descendant requirements, all of them, all the way down. So if there's any mistake at that level, my goodness, come back here. If there's any mistake and it's not a conformant medication section, FHIR is going to say, oh, you got a section in the document. It doesn't conform to any known profile. You might want to look into that. And personally, I feel that that's not particularly meaningful. I've been kind of trying to push for the fact that since these have template IDs, all you need to do is verify that a template ID exists at that level. That's what Schematron did in a Trifolia C-CDA 2.1. That's what my Schematron tool is doing so far. But that is something to be aware of. That's also part of why validation is FHIR validation is so intense, because for it to determine whether or not this is an allergies and intolerance section, it has to apply all the rules underneath that before it can even start applying any of the rules for this slice, which in this case, there are no rules. There are other places where, you know, if we get into the allergies and intolerances section, Allergy Concern Act, you know, we've got a slice here that says your interrelationship to an allergy intolerance observation shall have a fixed value of subject. In that case, again, we identify the slice by this profile. As long as this observation meets all of these rules, FHIR says, okay, great, I've got an observation, ergo, type code had better be SUBJ. And in this case, it's required too. So if it doesn't meet them, then it will throw an error. I've not been looking at the participants here, but I just noticed now that Lisa has her hand up. So I will pause here because it's been meaty, and
Thanks,
go for
Ben.
it, Lisa.
It's a question about the slicing on section. I just hadn't thought about it before, but how do you, if you wanted to profile the use of subsections, do you go down into the section template and profile the subsections under the section, and or do you profile the subsection permittant at this document level where you were just at?
Well, I mean, if you were going, and this is where it's going to get really tricky if we want to try to do the very generic subsections. If you were to define that a section shall contain 3 subsections, you can have your section profile and then come down here and say,
and slice your component.
Slice component and say it shall contain a subsection that conforms to sub 1 and another one that conforms to sub 2. I don't know that there's any good way to say, you know, your section shall contain an allergy concern act, but it can be here in entry, or it could be somewhere much lower under a subsection. And that's kind of this sort of hidden rule we've always had in CDA. That is not.
I think we did some exploration with discharge summary last time, and the group consensus was that the easiest way to do it is to only use the subsections to make the human readable more understandable for the humans. But if the section was going to have, you know, 7 entries and like 7, for example, result organizers, and 3 of them were lab related, 3 of them were radiology related, and 1 of them was some other kind of result, that you would leave those 7 result organizers in the result section, but you would subdivide the human readable so that you know, they ultimately referenced back into the narrative, into the right places, but you don't make the computer have to go and dig deeper to try and find where the entries are.
Yeah, and I think that's good, because even though it was technically allowed, I don't know that anyone would have ever expected it, and probably many receivers would have
choked
on it or just ignored them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
again,
we're still
there's
having
nothing.
some problems. Not everybody has anticipated displaying subsections, so that even if the section.txt is struggling a little bit in some places, but not disturbing the entries was a good idea. I've often, you know, been wondering why we didn't just put all the entries at the bottom. You know, I mean, I think it would have simplified things a little bit, but I know they entertained it, they discussed it for a little while, but it wasn't a winning position back in the day, so.
Yeah. And sort of like we've always said, when there's something that you can do, like you can do subsection with text, I think it would be great for us to, you can add that element in there, say component in the section, and you just put a comment over here that says
So
subsections with text can be used. There's nothing preventing it right now. It's still, if you go into the snapshot, those are all still allowed.
So this is a comment that it was left over. It's one of the, Susan will show you, it's one of the open action items we had from the 2 IATs where the group from Texas came and we worked on the discharge summary. And I failed to make an influential comment to get something like that to happen. But they identified 3 areas, 3 sections where they felt it would be useful to have at least a certain set of subsections considered in the human readable text. Procedures, results, and they had a definitive list. It was like it has something to do with diagnostic imaging, something to do with laboratory, or anything else. And that's how they simplified to say this would just be a huge improvement if we could have the narrative text subsection like that. And then there was one other place under like assessment and plan. So so I didn't know how to say, you know what I mean? Part of it was like figuring out what would be the best way to put a JIRA ticket in to be able to ask to have that kind of guidance added into the IG somewhere. And maybe what you're showing and talking about right now would be what we could do to respond to that open IAT ticket or request.
I think you could absolutely have some guidance within your section, including that component in section and even section.text and, putting some words around that. But it also might be worth, having something in our general guidance to say how to do that.
Yeah.
So
when are you guys like, is it too late to put any comment like that in?
it's never too late to make a comment, but it's too late to implement something like that, I would think.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. So, one more on Trifolia versus structure definition. Again, it's something we touched on this morning, these conformance numbers. So every single one of those rules, bindings, or primitive constraints, we had a unique number that looked like conf number, whatever, dash, whatever. And those numbers are auto-generated in Trifolia, just incremented them every time you added a new one. It kept that increment. We don't do that in structure definition, but you do see those, I call them vestigial conformance numbers in the comments and sometimes in the invariants. Again, they're holdovers from the conversion. We're not intending to maintain them going forward. We're not going to keep some sort of internal counter list and every time we add a new one of these, add to that. And besides, it's a lot easier if we go back to, or was I even continuity of care, to say, your rule is should legal authenticator and should related participant, as opposed to your rule is 45376380. What? So again, I think we're going to eventually see these go away. I think we preserve them just so people reviewing the ballot could see, especially when you go to the detailed descriptions and you read something that you see the comments. Oh my goodness, comments shall contain exactly one type ID. That's just a string, but then if you see, yep, we have 1-to-1, that was great. And shall contain a root of this. Yep, that's the root, that's the value, it works. That said, going forward, this is all redundant and duplicative, and I think John and Rosemary have been doing a great job of, if they, if one of these things changes, they might actually go and change that string here. I know I personally have not done that. So there certainly may be places in the guide where something, there's a disconnect there, but that's usually because finding code, yeah. Usually that's because we changed something, or it was handled by something else. So like here, there's nothing about 341.339 in here, but that's on document code. If you go down to document code dot code, which is an attribute, you will see the 34133 there. So just a note on conformance numbers. I'm going to jump into FHIR next. So that kind of concludes what I was going to talk about validation differences between Trifolia and the PDFs versus what's in structure definition. Are there other questions in that vein before I move on?
Yeah, just for that second paragraph, we kind of brought this up earlier. They will not be maintained going forward, but you are still keeping them at this time, just for kind of backwards compatibility, or just for use cases where people might actually search by them. You said it won't be used in the future. I guess I'm trying to figure out if you will keep them so that they can be searchable, or do you plan on to completely remove them?
We did have a discussion, and I don't know if John's back or not, end of the year, about what do we do with these? Do we just delete them all entirely, or we preserve them and make new ones? And we sort of said, we said what we're doing now, which is we keep them where they exist, but the intention is to delete them in the future. Because again, you're not going to see this. If you up here, if you send a CCD and you don't put 34133-9 in there, you put something else in there, you're going to get an error here, but you're not going to see this message anywhere. So there won't be any like trigger for you to be given a number 17181 to go search for. You'll just be told, hey, this validation against continuity of care document CCD, and it'll give you the XPath. It'll say clinical document.code.code, and then it'll say, it's required to be this instead of something else. So,
and this is in reference to the H07 validator?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because the ETT validation will still include that, and they will both exist. The ETT validator and the H07 validator that validates structure definition. What you think about that?
I don't know how the ETT validator is built. So
okay, so when there's an error in ETT, it will throw the shell that you mentioned that will no longer be in this particular structure definition. So it'll say the full message. This code shall contain exactly whatever, and then it'll have the conformance number at the end of it. I'm just trying to make sure that my expectations for what exists in one place will remain, even if structure definition itself will have different rules.
But Matt, I don't think the ETT validator has been updated yet to use structured definition.
So they will still be two separate things.
Well, they won't, there's no more profile. They won't be able to get whatever they had before out of Trifolia. Like the source now is expressed as structure definition, so they wouldn't have conformance numbers.
And that's what I'm trying to get to, right?
I thought PT was modern driven health tools, or no? Does anyone else know?
Well, yeah, but you know, Sean Muir does that, but he can't make up conformance numbers.
Right.
Right. So the actual change to remove these conformance numbers or not use them will be applied in both tools. That's the question I'm asking, because if the ETT in its current state, currently, it still will throw the error that looks like the comment. If you're
Right,
saying
because
we're not,
it's using stuff that came out of MDHT that was sourced from Trifolia templates.
and okay, and so this
When
this
they
particular change
update
that's
that,
coming,
yeah.
okay, and the change that's coming,
In the
this will
change
affect
that's
both
coming,
tools.
MDHT will get its source material from structured definition formatted templates. I'm going to use that word, templates. And at that point, the source material won't have conformance numbers in them anymore.
Got it. So at some point they're gonna level out and be equal.
Be
My
the
main
same,
concern was
yeah.
okay, cool, okay, because my main concern was that, you know, a lot of the times people who do use a tool like ETT, they're used to just what it does and how it does what it does. So if we change, like we change the structure definition to not have it eventually, okay, I'm fine with that. Some people do use it to search for things and find things. That needs to be considered on the person doing the testing and the people making the decisions. We've talked about that a little bit. That's also fine. But knowing that the ETT will probably, it's based on what you just said, it's going to change. If you see a message and you're used to seeing that conformance number, it won't be there anymore. You'll still get the same error like Benjamin mentioned, right? It'll still give you the details that it has before, but it may not have the same comment. That's just something that's good to know, because you may go in expecting one thing. You may have your little flow where you say, okay, I get an error, I know the line number, I look at the conformance number, I find a solution, I apply it, I retest. That's my flow. That's a flow to be used. Okay, but if that flow breaks at any point because we don't do the conformance numbers anymore, okay, great. You need to know that. You need to know that that may be coming if if that expectation is in your solution-based workflow as you're doing the edge testing tool.
Yeah, yeah. And it sounds to me like we need to make sure that there's a requirement that's well understood so that anybody who has a validator has an answer to that question. How does the coder, how does the implementer know when they see the error message where the problem is? And if conformance numbers aren't the way we get there anymore, the tool has to have an answer to meet that functional requirement.
And the tool is pretty great at, you know, majority of the errors. It'll give you the line number. It'll tell you the exact XML path, like Benjamin mentioned. There are some errors that don't have line numbers, so we utilize something like Lantana, which will give you a line number for certain errors that aren't covered. And then you go back to ETT, and then you you know, try out your latest changes based off the Lantana test tool line numbers. So, you know, everybody has a little bit of a different path on how they troubleshoot some of these things. But if the conformance number isn't there, I don't see it right now in my mind, right? Like as of today, if it was taken away, I don't think that would be enough to stop me from resolving my issue. But somebody in chat did mention that they feel like conformance numbers are super handy for mapping and validating on their end. So, you know, it just means something to somebody.
Yeah, I also would be a little sad to see conformance numbers go away completely. Our primary use case for them at Epic is when we encounter validation errors internally, rather than try to search back into like figuring out where the error is coming from via the document XPath. It's so much easier to just like search the conformance number and then be like, oh, it's in so-and-so template. Here, I'll figure out what's wrong with that. You know, if you just see like this observation shall have one value or something, it's really not too apparent like what part of the document that's referring to from reading the error. So I think it's handy to have some way to more easily narrow that down.
Yeah, and Benjamin made a great point too about that fixed value kind of the fixed value versus the comment. It's like from a technical point of view, yeah, the fixed value makes sense, but I would say if you take me back to 2 years ago when I was just starting, I probably wouldn't make that connection as fast that the fixed value is supposed to be that only value, but the comment just gives me a little bit more information. I don't think you mentioned at all that the comment is going away, right? So the comment stays, just the conformance number is moving. Okay, then
No,
the comment is going too.
it's redundant. I mean, unless FHIR or someone builds a FHIR language for every single one of these things that could be wrong. You know.
So with the H07 validator, like you mentioned, so if I use a value that's not the fixed value, you say it's going to give me an error. Will it give me that same comment as an error?
How about we hold that until we actually do some validation, and then you can kind of see what sort of errors we get.
Okay, okay, roger that. I will. Okay.
Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna come back to talking a little bit about, again, how we built this. And if this is not of interest to people, I can go sort of quickly, but one of the goals was, how do future C-CDA IG authors or people wanting to make templates based on the C-CDA, how do they build them? And like Jean and others said, like the Eyecare is built off of C-CDA using Fish. Fish is great. It's got a lot of easy ways to say, hey, you need to have a code here. You need to have a value that matches this. Your value must be of type PQ or something like that. It makes it a lot easier. It certainly makes it a lot easier to build than trying to write, this XML or this JSON by hand in the olden days of FHIR IG development. But you do need to sort of know the syntax of doing some things. What I wanted to say though, assuming you know Fish, there are still things that can make CDA easier, and one of them is this concept in Fish called rule sets, which are sort of like functions. If you know programming, it's a function to say, hey, apply this set of rules, rule sets, at a certain location in a template. So for example, in C-CDA, we've defined a number of these that are really helpful, like logical model template is something that we put on the top of every single CDA profile. And this is where I said we can enforce that template ID and extension to be the same. It will create the slice on template ID and say it shall contain a root of this and an extension of that. It's going to name that slice. It's going to add a few more requirements. And in fact, if we look at section, which is another rule set, rule sets can call other rule sets. So section actually just turns around and calls logical model template. But every one of our CDA sections looks like this. And what happens is it automatically builds the fact that your section requires a title element. It requires a code element and has a single fixed section code. It requires text. It requires template ID. And it just does all that with one line of Fish. It builds, I don't know, like 50 to 60 lines of structure definition XML. Other ones we've used are, these functions like coded loink, coded snowmed. This is again where you've got a place in CDA that says, shall contain a code equals, whatever some loink number is. Again, with one line here, you put in that loink code, and display is, gives you a way to put the title of that loink. And then it builds, again, a bunch of structure definition fields that will then enforce the code element. It will say that the code attribute shall equal that loink or that snowmed. And for display, again, we're not going to require that they put a display name, but in your implementation guide, it's nice to know what that code stands for. So back to C-CD. So like like here, when we did code, it's 34133-9. The title of that is summary of episode note. It's a little busy here. I think if I went to something else like, I don't know, ceased observation, is that going to be a link code? Nope, that's assertion. Well, that's interesting. How do we know they're deceased? Sorry, sidebar now.
If you have the deceased observation, you know they're deceased. It's an assertion that they're deceased and when they died.
Well, how come value at code is 1-to-1, but we don't have a value for it?
Oh, who knows? Do we have it in the?
Well, I thought the SDTC for deceased end was the.
This
Yeah, I
is
was
the
gonna
deceased
say,
observation.
like, I've never even heard of this observation.
I picked a great one, didn't
Oh,
I?
look, yeah, it's not actually used. If you scroll up, and it's not Benjamin, it's not used in any template.
Awesome. Template represents an observation that the patient has died. The template allows for more specific representation.
Do we mean then the use of deceased end?
Anyway, where was I?
Where did
Drug
that
Monitoring
come from?
Act.
Where did that come from?
Oh my goodness. Hospital discharge diagnosis. And there's an example where we didn't use the link code. So this is why you prep your demos before you just randomly start going through.
The values for the deceased observation, the value is actually fixed to SNOMED dead. So
we might need to go look at our template for that. But
yep.
So for example, here, the immunization reason not given has a hard-coded code of 71798-3. But if we just put that in there, people would be like, well, what is that code? I don't know what that code is. Well, this is kind of our shortcut for describing what that code is. Yeah, that's what coded link, coded SNOMED does. Additional binding is another FHIR way of saying, here's another code set, value set that you can use for other purposes. And again, there are a bunch of fields that need to get set for this, and it's really complex. I've actually put in an enhancement to FISH because, when you say something shall be from a certain code system, there's FISH syntax for that, and it's really simple. They don't have that for additional binding, so we do that via this rule set. And finally, we have a repeatable pattern in CDA where we require the at code of an element, which requires the at code. It prohibits the null flavor. So this is just a way to, again, redo that with one line of FISH code. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is a little intimidating, but this is an example of some of the source code for C-CDA 3.0. And it's how we build invariants. And again, when you create a structure definition, you define the invariant in that structure definition. But we also have a lot of times where, we have a file called should.fish, which is just entirely this over and over and over. And so you can repeat that pattern and say, anytime someone has a should contain author, all we have to do is say, insert should author at that place, and it will add this invariant. Likewise, we've got, section level shoulds, entry level shoulds. And then another interesting thing, and maybe a validation thing to point out, is in C-CDA 2.1, if you had, say your allergies section, actually just, I'm going to pull it up here because I think this is worth allergies and intolerances section. When you look at all this, you see, oh, you're always going to have an entry, but there's this little tiny text here that says if section no flavor is not present. There's no way to make FHIR have entry be 1 to star and then ignore that. So in the FHIR allergies section, I go there, allergies and intolerances section. When you see the allergy slice, it's a 0 to star. However, we have this invariant that says shall contain at least one allergy concern act, which when we look at it, it says the section, because this is applied at the section level, it says the section has a null flavor or you've got an allergy concern act entry there. This is one of those things that it's a little, you have to jump through a couple of hoops to do it in FHIR. I would have loved to say, just make this a 1 to star and like build something into FHIR that says, well, if you've got a null flavor, ignore that. But realistically, how do you program that? Where do you draw the line? If you have a null flavor, do you stop enforcing all of the rest of these rules? The way we've got it now, it's very explicit that, you know, your section has to meet this rule, and that rule says that the section either contains null flavor or it has an allergy concern entry. Again, that logic, you know, has to be written out, but this is something that happens again for almost every section. And so, you know, we have in our templates.fish, we have this set of required sections. And so if you've got a new section that needs to be, you know, has a required entry, but it needs to follow that logic, you just copy this and, you know, change your description, change your name, and change the, I will get into this function here because this was a huge help for us in things like this. And also even down here in all these shoulds here. It's so much easier to have a rule that says, you know, there is an entry where it has an act that has a template ID of admission medication. And again, this is kind of applying the validate only by template ID logic that I wanted to do for profile slicing. This is not profile slicing. This is just asserting the presence of a template. But anyway.
Hey, Benjamin,
Yes.
before you go on, that one caught me, that shall contain at least one allergy concern act, because I don't know, I didn't think to look down below when I first looked at the IG. I've always wondered why the description couldn't say something like / null flavor, like up at the top there.
I mean, this is just written by us. I mean, like this is exactly it. I'm not opposed to saying if null flavor does not exist and sticking that in the front of every one of these. Again, I'd say, is it too late? Probably not too late for that one, but if other people agree that that would make more sense.
I think it would make more sense.
You have
Sure.
to kind of go like 3 places to figure it out, if not.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's a good
almost
point.
reported a defect, if you remember, Benjamin, early on, because they couldn't figure it out.
I'm happy to take that as an action item for myself.
Awesome. Whoever's taking minutes, write it down.
If no one objects, I mean, because again, that's because it's all in this file, it's a block of code, and I just have to update that description.
Yeah.
So easy enough.
Easy and valuable. That's the quadrant you want to be in. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I did want to say some of the things that we ran into using fish. And the way the C-CDA IG is built is we kind of have two layers of sushi hacking here. One is we have an actual hacked version of sushi that when it converts these fish files into structure definition resources, there's a bug in it. I actually reported it back in September. I never pushed on them because I created this hacked version, and I sort of noticed this week as I was going to present here, there were actually about 4 or 5 hacks I had to do, and almost all of them I've been able to take out because they've implemented them. You couldn't put bindings on any CDA elements because it only allowed bindings on FHIR code elements. They fixed that. There were a couple others. This one still remains, and it has to do with this fact that in CDA, we've got these data types with an underscore in them. In FHIR, your ID cannot contain underscores, so we have these all in FHIR as IVL-TS. And so, actually, I'm going to go show you what this looks like. IVL-TS. I am a JSON person, so I'm gonna go here. If you look at this data type for IVL-TS, oh, this one's not great. Oh no, it is. Golly. Oh my goodness. The URL that I guess I shouldn't say ID. It's the URL cannot contain an underscore. So the URL is IVL-TS. The type is IVL_TS. And what happens is when you've got something that uses this, like, criterion, let's see. Oh, I'm not going to do that one. Let's do encounter that has an effective time of IVL-TS. We look at effective time and we see its type. Well, you have to use the URL. So when Fish does this, it says, oh, let me go look something up based on that URL. The fact that the URL has a dash and the type has an underscore, we in C-CDA, we have a profile on IVL-TS. It's US realm date and time interval. And there are places in other profiles, clinical document, whatever effective time, that's not an interval, but clinical document encompassing encounter effective time, let's say, we say that must conform to US realm date and time. Well, so we've got the profile, and the profile says its type is, and I don't even know anymore whether it's IVL-TS or _TS. The current bug in Sushi is it says, oh, that's the wrong type because I don't recognize that type. And so obviously I've got it fixed locally. I don't know what it affects. Otherwise I would have just put in a PR against Sushi, but I think they're going to be fixing that in the future. Again, this only affects you if you're going to use the US realm date and time. So I'm assuming the specialty Eyecare doesn't have any profiles that have a time that conforms to US realm date and time, or else their fish would not compile. The other thing that we've done in C-CDA is this function has template ID of is a new FHIR path function that we created. We actually created it and have documented it in somewhere. Oh no, I want to go to build. Current FHIR path. So this was at Graham's suggestion. Structured data capture has done something similar. So we created this function called has template ID of profile URL, which is just a shortcut of saying is there a template ID element that has a root that matches the ID from that profile and an extension that matches the ID from that profile? It's an easy way to do it. However, it requires you to pass the entire profile URL into the function. And so far, Fish does not have any sort of tokenization, which I would really love it if they added it. I've got a couple of ideas for it. But so, for example, this is how I write the fish because it's a lot easier for me to understand. But our post-processing says, hey, let's look for this and turn it into this. And the reason I didn't want to do this is this string right here is, our implementation guide. It's set up in our IG root and our XML. That could change. It changed a little bit during development. And it was going to be really unruly to see that all over the place in here. So I have a post-processing in C-CDA that goes through after everything's been generated. It looks for strings like this and says, okay, let me look for results section in my collection of profiles and upgrade it to this URL. I double checked, unless my next line, yeah. That's about it. We do have one other step that just sort of makes things a little easier. Your artifacts page is something that is built off of data in the implementation guide resource, and this summary of each one of these sections, that's built only in the IG resource, versus if you go into the section, we've got, also a summary. Sometimes, I don't know, I'm going to pick a section at random.
Yeah.
And sometimes that is really big. So we could either, manually update this, which for C-CDA, there are a lot of templates. But instead, what I did was, because we're already post-processing things, I actually just take the description from here and I take the first sentence. So I certainly wouldn't mind anyone taking another glance through this. We did update several of the descriptions so that the first sentence gives you something useful over here. But so yeah, if you go to advanced directive observation, that's the first sentence. So that's
smart. That makes sense. That's good.
Yeah, it's just kind of something that makes things a little easier. I think, like with the Eyecare IG and John, you could answer for me. Does that build the IG resource itself too?
Well, that's all fish. So I get it all from FHIR shorthand. So
yeah, which is awesome. So although I still don't know, how does it build the description for?
It takes the description from the profile and pulls. It's the exact same.
But it pulls the entire description, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
not just the first sentence.
Yeah. So it would have gotten the giant thing there. So, and that would be, maybe a case for us to say, we should be setting whatever description to the sentence, and then, generating a narrative ourselves if we want to put all the extra stuff there. But
yeah. And I think, I've talked with Lisa a little bit out of band that in an email that some of this should probably be pulled out into an actual guidance page, right? Advanced directives guidance page. We can pull some of this stuff out.
Yeah.
And make this a bit smaller. But no, that was one of the helpfuls, is keeping those two things in sync was always a pain. And so the script that Benjamin wrote to pull from here into the IG, so we can just pull basically the first sentence, was really useful. So
yeah, smart.
Yeah.
Ben, I have a question. I can tell you're kind of near to the end of the main material. If we want to be validating stuff with your track tomorrow, is there stuff that we should do overnight tonight to make sure that we have something installed locally, or are there is there homework that we should be doing to get our environment up to snuff for tomorrow?
Well, thanks for the great question, Lee. So that's a good segue to my next. Actually, it's not my next slide. It's a couple slide. I've got one more. Let's see. Additional tricks. The IG resource is still built manually. Oh yeah, I just talked about the description is copied. It's actually smarter than the first period. It does look for the sentence. We had a lot of E.Gs that were weird. Examples are associated with profiles. Oh, yeah. So I'll touch on this super quick, and then I'm going to demonstrate getting the validator. But I wanted to show this, I think. You create an example and you associate it with a profile. So if we go to entry reference is our entry reference. And this is that thing that can point anywhere else in the document. So to demonstrate that, interesting. We built an example starting from structured body that says, hey, here you've got health concerns, and it's got some entry, and then somewhere else in the document, you have an observation, and then here's your entry. No, that's not true. Sorry. You're in health concern. Here's entry reference. Entry reference that has an act, and the ID equals the ID of the goal of a pulse oximetry greater than 92%, whatever. That ID, CC9866, matches this ID. So this example is attached to entry reference, but can I actually see the implementation guide resource? Does anyone know?
Yeah.
You know the link to it?
In GitHub, you mean?
No, we want to see the actual one. Well, you could go to the actual one, I guess, and it's the same. This guy.
Yeah.
And what was our example? Entry reference example. Is example. Yeah. So here's our example. When you have an example, you say, this is a profile of the entry reference profile. However, this implementation guide resource logical is the thing that tells the publisher, oh boy, diagnostic, that one's wrong. Let's go to the right one. Here we go. Here's the one I showed you. So the file entry reference example, that's the one we looked at. It's an example of entry reference. However, it conforms to, in this case, this is from core CDA. It just conforms to structured body, which means we can, build it at that higher level. And it's still going to apply all the validation. It's going to come down here and see, oh, I've got this template ID matches this. And so this is all good. And John didn't want to show this page, but I'm going to show this page. We go to
nobody look at this page.
Entry reference example, though. Look, there are no errors. There's a couple of warnings, but it's completely valid. So anyway.
Is that using like section validation that John built? I mean, similar to what John built in the past, where we didn't have to validate the whole CCDA.
I mean, that's sort of how FHIR validation usually works, is you just take one resource and you validate that against a profile. And so, yeah, that's what this is sort of doing. It's saying, take this resource and validate it against the structured body profile, because the resource itself, you know, obviously is not an entire structured document. Most of our resources are not.
Okay, that makes sense. So I would test a section or entry. A entry is what I would test.
Yeah.
Normally you're testing just an entry or a section.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just in this case, because entry reference is something that points to some entry elsewhere in the document, I wanted to make the example just, hey, it's structured body. But if you have, you know, goal observation or whatever, it's just going to be that observation. So,
Okay.
So, yeah. Now Lisa's question, which is good, which is validating using the FHIR validator. And I will demo this. I know I've only got about 15 minutes, so it'll probably be just a quick demo, and then we'll dive in a bit farther tomorrow. I didn't on my slides go into any prereqs, but so I'm gonna I'm basically gonna go through this to say you can start from the validator.fhir.org side. I never have any luck with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the validator locally. So I'm going to download the latest CLI. I'm going to,
Oh, hey, wait. Can we stop the recording and then start it over again and just get a small recording of just this piece so you can post something very short for people tonight?
Well, we're going to post the time part of the recording, so you can skip ahead to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Oh my goodness. All right. So what I'm not going to demo right now is actually getting Java installed, but I'm going to make a new folder here, and I'm going to save the validator. And I'm also going to...
Is getting Java installed a requirement though?
Yes.
You need to be able to run Java to run the validator.
And
locally.
Locally, yes.
Locally. And is it is there any particular version? Is it the same as IG Publisher?
Same as IG Publisher. If your IG Publisher is running, then you're able to run the validator.
Right. So let me continue. So I downloaded it, but now we're going to go to view the validator documentation. And this will step you through the requirements about how to do this. Downloading the validator. Let's see, probably doesn't tell you how to install Java. I was sure hoping it would. Validators problem also hosted here. Some have. Downloading the validator.
To be fair, Benjamin, I mean, even
JDK.
the old Schematron validator, you had to have Java if you were running it locally.
Yeah.
So it's not, now is it, the only thing
Here.
would be, can you
11
use a
and
runtime
17.
version versus, there you go, 11 and
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
JDK.
you can Google download JDK for Windows, or, you know, I'm using a Mac, and wow, I just got the beach ball. That's fun. So if I come to, so I've got the validator here, and I want to validate a document. Let's validate. Let's start from the top, because we actually only have one full document. And it's actually broken right now. Oh, it works. They finally fixed it. Great. Can I just download it?
Yeah, the latest publisher, Graham fixed it. So
Yeah, I can download it by doing this, XML. Save. And I'm going to, I think I called it input file. If we come over here, yeah, input file. So try to throw these, keep these on the screen at the same time. To run it, you run Java. and you specify the validator, and you tell it what implementation guide you want to validate against. In this case, we're doing C-CDA. I'm going to use current because we've been fixing things since the ballot. And then you say what profile you're validating against. So if I just I can't copy and paste from here because, well, we'll see how well I can type. Input file, profile. Yay. I'm going to throw an extra option here. It's actually not something I've used, but it's really good for demonstrating here. HTML output. I will do the watch mode in a minute, but first we'll just run this. And now it's going to have to download all the IGs and all the terminologies, but it caches them locally. So it's not actually downloading anything for us right now. It's just loading them all into memory. And this is what does take a little while.
What are
First
the
time
memory
you
requirements to run this? Is it huge?
But actually, we're done. Now, granted, we kind of cheated here because this file isn't very big, but you can see the errors. But since I get out of here, but since I said spit out an output, we can actually go to validation.html. Oh my goodness. Come on, come on.
You could have just typed open validation.xml from the command line, but
I could have. This now looks like the, you know, well, the QA output, but it's, you know, an HTML rendering of the validation here. So this is where I said we're going to have some interesting things here, and I'm going to swap to VS Code because I like VS Code, and also I can see multiple things at once. So I can look at our input file and actually, no, it's just that. Preview, great. There's my validation. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun this with, and I have to look again, watch mode single. And what this will do, and this is where that 30 seconds or however long this takes to start up every time suddenly goes away. But let's let it run here first. Go. Now it says watching for changes. So this first error here was actually pretty great. Undefined element SDTC race code at patient. So if I come down to patient, I see, why, yes, I have an element named SDTC race code, which is not the correct value for the element. This is in our IG as our example right now. So we will fix this. And I was thinking tomorrow, barring any other examples, we could go through and fix some other ones. But if I change this to just actually SDTC race code the way it should be, and I hit save, you'll see it already revalidated. It just revalidated. And if I come over here and refresh, now that race code error is not there anymore. The next one is fun. So here's where that slicing stuff is interesting, where it says this element does not match any known slice defined in the profile. On template ID, that is because we have the wrong template ID. Actually, if you look at that right to the next one where it says slice clinical document US realm is missing. If we go back to US realm header, template ID, root is 1.1, extension is now 2024-0501. So yes, we do not have the right extension here. We still have 2023. Put 2024 on it. It revalidates. You refresh, those template ID errors are gone. Woohoo! We're making progress. This is, some people have complained a little bit. I kind of complain. FHIR by default now validates your displays, and it validates them as an error. It says it's an error if your display name is wrong. It is really serious about that.
Yeah, that was something terminology decided. We do have the ability to change that to a warning. It is an option against the validator. We could change it to be a warning, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard about that too.
Yeah, how do you do that? Because I've told that to, I think I even told that to Eric and he said he didn't know how you do that.
I had to dig, which actually, it was just because I was blind. It is here if we go to using the FHIR validator. And what I did was I searched for display link, and I got caught up here and saying, you know, tells to what degree code displays are checked. And it's, oh, these are not presently supported. And I tried all sorts of things with this. This is not the parameter. The parameter is up here in display warnings. When the validator encounters a coding or codable concept where the display value isn't consistent with the displays, this is treated as an error, as a V6. If you want the old, you do this. So I go back here and add display issues are warnings, which I think should probably be the default for CDA.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, I'm sure they did it for IP rules, but it seems to me it should still be warning. Do you have to even have, I mean, in FHIR, do you have to have the display name?
No, but if you do specify it, it has to match what the
Gotcha.
code
So
system
kind of that's the
says
same
its display is.
Once we do this, now we should have some more of these errors that have gone away. Well, they're still there, but they're now a warning. So now it's kind of useful, and it says, hey, wrong display name, Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. It should be native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. So yeah. And I mean, I can step through the rest of these. This one is something I just brought up with Graham again, and he said, well, that's a terminology issue. So I guess we have to bring this up with terminology. It just throws an error because it doesn't know which code system to validate against. And the other two are things that I actually can look at, but we're also pretty much at time here for running the,
we can spend some time tomorrow in the sessions.
Absolutely.
To do. Yep.
So we can fix this one up and actually fix the example online. And then if people have examples, we can run them through the validator. I did want to, I guess, say one more thing, and I think I have it in the slide here. When you're validating a whole document, but if you want to validate a snippet using FHIR, it still needs to know the XML namespace. So, you know, by default, you know, we're used to saying clinical document, we put XML namespace, which means all of these are now in the V3 namespace. We're used to seeing that only on clinical document, but if you want to validate, like if I go down to one of these, you know, encounter activity, you'll see we've got encounter, but we did have to specify the XML namespace there for it to recognize that this and all the child elements are part of that, you know, encounter. That said, I see some dots here, so this is one that will not validate. But if you wanted to validate a snippet, you do the exact same. You save this as an XML, and I think I put the, yeah, I put an example here in the slides, and you specify the profile that you want to validate against. In this case, that's not going to be US Realm header, it's going to be encounter activity. So I want to validate it against, you know, this thing here with a nice little click to copy the URL. And now you can validate against that. And so here's where I said, as long as the IG parameter is set to C-CDA, any child elements will be automatically validated. Now our US Realm header is pretty anemic. There's nothing in its structured body at all, which is sad. But you know, if we did throw something in there, I know I'm at time. I'm actually going to throw this in there because I think it's useful. Encounter section. Do we have an example of this? Have the right one. Let's see. I actually throw encounter section in here. Text, encounter activities. Here we go. It actually will now tell you, it says, oh, by the way, I'm going to process this element, even though I never specified encounter section here. It says, I recognize that template ID as an encounter section, so I'm going to process it against that profile, which, again, why is it using the ballot and not current? I don't know. But then we've got down in the entry, it doesn't match a slice because it doesn't match encounter activity. And because we have that rule that says encounter sections shall contain at least one encounter activity, that's an error. So this is not a valid encounters section, but it at least recognized that we had a template ID there, so we're going to try to validate this as an encounters section. So that's that sort of nested validation that it will do and figure out automatically, which I think is pretty neat. It's a lot easier than expecting people to chop their document apart and validate each thing by itself, because no one would do that. Anyway, I think that's it. We are, I think, at break.
Yep. No, we're on to the next session.
Oh, we're on to see Lisa. So
yes, you can stop sharing.
I'll be back around tomorrow to actually do some more of this and to show Schematron, because didn't get to that.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
Benjamin. That was great, and I'm glad to see. You know, hopefully people are glad to see how the validation works and that it is quick. It's just, you know, unfortunately the web page that we have needs to load those dependencies, and that's what slows it down. So, but anyway, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Next is Lisa, who's going to talk to us about CDA rendering, dreaming big.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I hope everybody like stand up for a second and just like breathe, because this is going to be a really different, active session. I'll put my camera on even so you can see my face, wake everybody up. If you have a cookie or some sugar, dose yourself up and get your blood flowing, because in for about a half an hour, I'm going to be talking about a topic that the CDA management group, who these are the faces I know Susan kind of introduced us before, but we're the team of people at HL7 who are responsible for the roadmap for CDA. some of the exciting stuff that you're seeing today, like this brand new way of publishing CDA guides, it was something that got onto our roadmap about 4 years ago. And the CDA management team have worked within HL7 and with all the groups of people who have had to be employed and deployed to make this possible, have worked to make that vision a possibility. And today, for this session, what I want to talk about is another sprouting idea along the lines of spring. We're thinking about whether our roadmap needs to be doing more in the area of bringing some kind of improvement to the way CDA documents